up there for overflow.
I guess they thought he was starting. I'm trying to see where all my notes take.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know the microphone wasn't on. If anyone is needing a seat, if you need to sit down, there is an overflow room upstairs. That's what we're waiting on right now for them to get in position up there. So if you do need a seat, you can take go out the doors and to the left, and you can take the elevator upstairs if you need a seat. All right, at this time I will call the June 26th specially called meeting of the Rutherford County Board of Education to order and ask for an adoption of the agenda.
Make a motion that we adopt agenda.
So moved.
Any discussion? All in favor? Mr. Short, our invocation, please.
Lord, please be with the parents and kids in the community tonight as us as a board has to make these difficult decisions. In your name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mr. Short. Mr. Crawford, our Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. All right, on the agenda tonight is a public hearing for the closure of the tentative closure of Mount Vernon-Ruth Elementary, public hearing for the proposed closure of the Rutherford Early College High School, and then also 25-26 budget action items and or information. First of all, I'd just like to say I'm glad to see this good crowd out tonight. Thank you for your passion, for your students, for your kids, for the community as a whole. As I look out across the audience here, I see several faces of which the emails that I have read and responded to. I do apologize. I have not responded to all of them, but I will. I always make sure that I respond to every email that I get. If I have not responded to yours, I apologize. We've received a bunch of them, and that's good because your advocacy, your passion for your schools and for your communities, that's why I'm here. That's why this board's here. We don't want to be here tonight. This could be a sad night for Rutherford County Schools history, but when the money is not there, decisions have to be made. I know it can be emotional. It can be taxing on a community, but it's just a decision that may or may not have to be made. So I would ask, and again, I appreciate the passion. And as we held the meeting Monday night for the Rock, the passion and the enthusiasm, I couldn't get enough of it. I mean, so we have several pieces of paper here with multiple names on it. And I look forward to hearing from each and every one of you. We'll stay here to this time tomorrow if that's what it takes. I don't care. I'll listen to everyone who wants to speak tonight, and I'll welcome you to do so. Share with us your thoughts, your reasons. That's what we're here to do. We're here to listen. And I would just ask that we do so civilly, because I'm going to go ahead and say that just as the Rock folks stood up and talked, we agree with you 100%. Everything you're going to tell us tonight, we agree with you. But unfortunately, there may be decisions that we have to make that you won't agree with. And all I can say is I'm sorry. But I do want you to know what you're going to tell us, we know. We're with you. At this time, we will open the public hearing for Mount Vernon-Ruth Elementary. Clark Poole. You in here, Clark, or is you upstairs? Oh, there you are, Clark.
I saw you, Mr. Poole.
If you'll just hold on one second, Clark. This will be an addition. If you see it. Okay. All right. Mr. Poole, so just a reminder, if you've not spoken at a public hearing before, 3 minutes, direct any information to us as the board, and we're here to listen. And like I say, we will listen till this time tomorrow if that's what it takes. Mr. Poole, you have 3 minutes. Thank you for being here.
Before the 3 minutes start, I've never said anything in 3 minutes, so be patient, but I'll do
I know.
3 minutes. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, it is a sad day, not just for the school system, but for the whole county. Children are not data points on an Excel spreadsheet. We have spent 5 months trying to figure out how would be the most decent way to say you don't have any money. You've cut out associates, assistant teachers, you've cut out vice principals, you've had double duty for maintenance for buses. The only thing I know to do is fire teachers and then have the parents run away, because after the 4th grade, they're going to be in 42 in a classroom. And I do not want my kid, of course I'm too old to have kids, in a classroom. So what I'm asking for us to do, we spent 5 months trying to figure out how a graceful way was to say you don't get any money. And everything has boiled down to an Excel spreadsheet. We just don't have the money. Well, how about Sally and Johnny? They look to us for leadership. They look to us for guidance. There's a group in the county that's going to say it's the commissioner's fault, and it's a group in the county that's going to say it's the board's fault. We know that the state of North Carolina says the Board of Education has to be the ones to decide which schools are closed. not that they want to close any school, as you so eloquently said. We've had discussions and arguments passionately about how much principals make and how much superintendents make, and we don't know how much CEOs of factories make. Do you know we have 7,500 students in this county? So our superintendent not only has the teachers to deal with, he has 7,500 employees. Now, they don't make a contribution monetarily, but they make a great contribution to our county because their leadership will say, we had people who believed in us. Closing Vernon-Ruth Elementary School is an indictment of our leadership or lack thereof. And I hope a miracle occurs. I pray for you because you have to make that decision. And I apologize for my lack of knowledge and inspiration to figure out a way to, if I had $6 million, we'd just go home tonight. But we don't have to go home and close schools if we put something in our hearts that says we can do this. Now, the commissioners spent a long time making sure that they'd crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's. And I love Excel spreadsheets. And my algebra teacher said that I did finally get it, but it took her a long time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poole. Josh Millwood. Are you in here, Josh? Good evening, Mr. Millwood.
Good evening. Chairman, Superintendent, members of the board, thank you for your time. It is not lost on me the decisions that you guys have to make. It is not lost on me the immense burden that our county is facing. But I would say that I hope that it is not lost on you the burden that is on us as parents, that is on us as members of this county, members of this community. My children attend Mount Vernon-Ruth Elementary School out of district because we felt like that school offered more to their needs than what our district school did. I have children on IEPs, I have children on 504s, I have children in my home that are in foster care. They've got some issues, and Mount Vernon-Ruth was the one that met those issues. And like the gentleman before me said, there's going to be people that say it's the commissioner's fault. There's going to be people that say it's your fault. Well, this is what I'll say. You know whose fault it is? It's my fault. It's my fault for not paying more attention before we got to the edge of the cliff. And I would hope that if there is any other option, I know some of our commissioners are here. I know you guys are here. I would implore you, if there are any other options, exhaust those. Don't worry about whose fault it is. Don't worry about if the school board mismanaged money. Don't worry about if the county's got an agenda. Worry about my 11-year-old daughter who came to me and said, Daddy, if Mount Vernon-Ruth closes, will I still get to be in the beta club? Will I still get to do the things that I've been getting to do? The ship's sinking, folks. And somebody's got a life jacket. And if the ship goes down, I hope that whoever has that life jacket can look in the mirror. I would implore you. I understand hard decisions have to be made. $6 million is a lot of money. But the county commissioners that are here, our Board of Education, think about the children. Don't think about how we got here. Think about how we can move forward. And if there's a way to do this without impacting these children, without impacting parents like me who've moved their kids to this great school because of all it has to offer, I would implore you to do that. If not, I'm not an armchair quarterback. I don't want to pretend like I know the intricacies of your job. But as a parent with children at this school, if there's any other way, county commissioners, if there's any other way, let's do what you're elected to do. Let's be grown-ups, let's be adults, and let's think about the kids. Somebody's got the life jacket. Let's give it to them.
Thank you, Mr. Millwood. Linda?
Wages.
Wages, yes. I couldn't tell if that was an A or a U. I'm sorry, Linda.
You're fine.
Good evening, Ms. Wages.
Good evening, everyone. I don't really have anyone in Mount Vernon-Ruth, nor do I have any in Reach. Do those schools need to be closed? No, they do not. We have county commissioners that could pull to help our schools. I've got my granddaughter at the Rock. Perfect, because she cannot do this high school setting with her mental issues. We as parents are asking, or at this point, it seems like we're all having to beg not to close these 3 schools, because these kids are achieving what they need in these schools. Yes, the funds. I'm like the other gentleman. If I had the $6 million, I'd hand it over, but I don't. When my granddaughter found out, we're dealing with panic attacks. She doesn't know she can't do the school setting. So I've come to all of y'all and the county commissioners and beg y'all not to close these 3 schools that helps these kids. Because where are they gonna go? Half of them can't do these school settings, and these schools are what's helping these students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wages. I'm going to say Amanda. Absolutely not. Wow.
Sorry. Sideways.
I was about to go to your address.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. It's a post office box, so I don't have to worry about people hunting me down. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. It's really going to be hard because all I can do is echo what the folks in front of me said. Yes, I know you guys are in a tight spot. I said this the other night. Our kids are supposed to play good together in the sandbox, and the adults are not. And they're slinging sand, and our kids are getting hit with it. And it doesn't have to be that way. Yes, people are blaming the commissioners. Yes, people are blaming you guys. And it's somewhere in the middle. The truth's always in the middle. And we can do better. We can do better for our kids. Our kids deserve better. I do not want Mount Vernon-Ruth closing. That's one of our feeder schools. You guys did the whole thing about the bus transportation. You saw how that worked out for those kids that are in that area. That's not good. And a lot of kids depend on that bus transportation. Reach, a very valuable thing that our county has, needs to stay open. And I'm going to go back to the Rock. Because of what I do as my profession, kids at the Rock are important to me. And I'm afraid we're going to have a lot of mental health problems. They're going to return and come back and increase if those kids don't have that school for them to go to. I feel like the majority of those kids are in a protected class. So I think we really need to be careful when we're making decisions that depend on what their next step is, because that could open up a whole can of worms that we don't want to open up. It is good to see some of the commissioners here. I see you. I don't see anybody else, but I'm sure some of y'all are here. And you guys have a lot of money. We as a county have a lot of money in surplus. If we're going to spend it, let's spend it on our kids. That's all I'm going to say because I'm about to shed a tear, and when the tears come, the cuss words come, so that's enough for me tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman. Mortellus? Good evening again.
I spoke Monday, and you heard what I had to say. at that time. So I'm not going to stand here and explain to you again why I feel like these schools should not close, because you know that they shouldn't. But I am here tonight as a member of this community's clergy. And I want to assure you that no matter what you choose tonight, it will be your legacy. That it will be remembered not just in a voting booth, but in the community, and long after you have left behind this life for whatever comes next. You may yet have the opportunity to be remembered as courageous, but you may well be known as cruel, as callous, as unconcerned for the children of this community. Those who put bonuses and bloated community budgets and law enforcement and commissioners ahead of children. And I'm here to say that you will carry this vote with you every day for the rest of your lives, no matter what choice you make. And I hope that every member of this community stands witness, commits it to memory, and ensures that you find no peace or consolation for any evil act committed tonight.
Ms. Waters?
Is it okay that I address Mount Vernon-Ruth and Reach? Because I live in Mount Vernon-Ruth and my daughter's going to Reach.
Can you do it in 3 minutes?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Well, if you give me more, I'll give
Well,
it.
because if you can't, there's another public hearing right after this one for REACH.
Well, if I
And you
don't
can-
finish,
and
then
you
I'll
can
let
speak
know.
at that one.
Okay. So good evening. I'm here to talk about school choice. I very much feel like school choice is one reason why we do sometimes lose children. But it is a good thing, and we have offered school choice within our public schools that draws children. REACH and small schools, as we've already heard tonight and on Monday night, that school choice is very important to these parents. And I say that if you close the doors of REACH, someone will go into that facility at ICC, maybe even TJ, and they will pull all of those students' numbers, whether it's ours or not, times 8,000 or whatever they get, and you are going to be in worse shape than you are tonight. And I do not question that one bit. I have looked at the numbers. On Monday night, I spoke about small schools and the importance of those, and so that is where I would say that Mount Vernon-Ruth would fall in that community. But I also see where people talk about the plan that was asked a few years ago. And I talked to Preacher Paul about that one evening, and I asked him about that plan because I told him I think there are out-of-the-box solutions, not just school closings. And what he assured me was that he has asked for lots of plans. Every single plan that can be come up with, he wanted presented. And so when I listened to that plan that evening, I was so disappointed that the only plan that was presented was school closures. I think that everyone sitting in this room was aware already at where our schools were and what our enrollment was. And there was very little else to add to that report. I would say that you can look at lots of other plans. It may not be very popular at first look, but if you look at K-6 and K-8 schools, there is a component for school choice there. Don't close all the middle schools. Leave one or two open. Don't make all the elementary schools K-5. Maybe make some K-6 and K-8. Then the parents do have a choice. They want their children to have sports and the opportunities offered by middle school. There is one. They're afraid because their child just doesn't do well in that environment yet and they're still really young. They have a choice. There's a K-6 school or a K-8 school sitting right there. Sports people have a choice. People wanting a smaller setting have a choice. We have lots of properties that facilities are not sitting on. In my community at Mount Vernon, there are plot after plot after plot of unused land. I know that selling the land is only a one-time profit. I move. Why can't we think outside the box? Why can't we join with our county commissioners and look at projects? Are they able to legally lease that land from us? Is there some project that could gain us money by using lots of properties? I would encourage everyone to look on GIS and see the amount of properties that are listed under the Board of Education of Rutherford County. Yes, I want them.
Mr. Rhodes? Good evening again.
Good evening, right? While this may not be my primary purpose in tonight, I cannot begin without naming what is truly a devastating state of affairs. After last week's meeting, I left with a heavy heart. Not because we didn't speak up, because I fear that our words may have fallen on deaf ears. And yet, in the room, I hear something powerful. I hear trembling voices, the desperation, the love, and I hear the sound of community fighting for a future, fighting for children. Mr. Morrow, Mr. Short, Mr. Crawford, Mrs. King, and Mrs. Naney. Each of you looked me in the eyes and said, but the $6 million. Let me say this again, clearly and without hesitation. Every single child's future is worth more than $6 million. The decision is not just numbers on a page. It affects 400 children, each with dreams, each with needs, each with names. We understand what you're up against. You've told us how hard it is. You've delivered your statements to soften the blow. But I ask you to put down the script. Stop delivering what sounds reasonable and start choosing what's right. This is not about spreadsheets. This is about soul. Let history remember you not just as leaders who had to make a hard decision, but as ones who had to choose compassion over convenience, who chose our kids over costs. You say you want to secure their future, then prove it, because words can comfort, yet actions speak louder than words. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Maria? I'll probably butcher this last name. Escalina? Maria? Yeah, they could be. Anyone upstairs? Oh, you're communicating with Mike? Give her just a second. Really don't want to read the address. No one up there? Mr. Bradley? Yeah, if she comes. She's not up there? All right, one last time, Maria? Okay, that's all the names that were on the Mount Vernon-Ruth Elementary, but the public hearing for Mount Vernon-Ruth Elementary is still open and still available. Anyone wishing to speak? Mr. Bradley, if you could contact upstairs, just if anyone from Mount Vernon-Ruth would like to speak. Public hearing for Mount Vernon-Ruth Elementary. Anyone wishing to speak?
If I may, I think the sign-up sheets were a little confusing. I think many people chose one believing it was for all.
Thank you. Yeah, you can speak at both public hearings, so just want to make sure. Public hearing, last call for Mount Vernon-Ruth Elementary. Anybody coming down from upstairs?
So there's a couple coming down.
I think they may be coming through the door.
Will you make it clear that anybody, even if they didn't sign up, can speak?
100%.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, just like at Rock Monday night.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, you don't have to sign up to speak at the public hearing. This just helps us. Good evening.
I apologize. My grandfather, my mother, myself, my children, and my grandson have all attended Mount Vernon-Ruth. I have had the privilege of working there for the last year and a half. Other than Dr. Sutton, I'm not sure I've seen any of your faces there. You don't walk those halls and see every teacher pour themselves into these students. The ones that are diabetic, that hear their alarm go off. So, and anybody in that school, what can we do? What's your numbers? What do we need to do? The children that have problems transitioning, that everybody in the school knows that voice. And when they hear that voice, they jump to see what they can do to help that child. We're not numbers at Mount Vernon. We're lives that matter. I have a 10-year-old grandson that we have tried to keep this away from because we've been on vacation. He found it last night on his mother's phone. He looked at me and said, "Nana, where do I go now? How can you all sit there and do this to these children? I know there's a money issue, but these are lives. This is a community. The bus passes my house at the McDowell County line at 6 o'clock in the morning. And you're saying it's not longer bus ride? How much quicker are these children going to have to get on the bus to travel to these other schools? Has there been any of these schools that have said on Facebook, we will welcome the kids from Mount Vernon? No, I haven't seen that anywhere. Any of the schools that has been mentioned that Mount Vernon kids would be going to, we're just going to be thrown aside. We're not being part of those communities. They don't want us. They haven't welcomed us. I'm sorry. I get so emotional.
No, that's fine.
But I fight
That's
for
fine.
these kids.
And I appreciate your passion.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Dwayne Pagano. This is all sudden to me. I was unaware of this meeting tonight. And so my comments are going to come off the cuff.
Well, that's fine. You have
All
3
right.
minutes.
I got you.
Go ahead.
I would say I would go off the back of some of the other comments about this isn't about a spreadsheet. I think it is about an Excel spreadsheet. The Excel spreadsheet is out of balance right now. And I would say that it's your duty, your job to make it in balance and to show how much you care. Every person behind me probably has a child, a relative, a student that's in Mount Vernon and cares very much about their child in the school. And it is imperative to everyone behind me that you show that you care as much about their child as they do. And I believe that is the responsibility of this board. If I were to hurt my finger, I would not cut off my hand because I broke a finger. And I feel like that's kind of what's happening here, is that we're a little at a deficit. And instead of dealing with the injury, we're going to try to solve it by cutting off the whole school. That's not the way you fix something. You take your time, you go to a medical doctor, they give you some medicine, and you take your medicine. And I think that's what this county needs to do about this $6 million deficit, is you got to take the medicine and make it better, and not just cut off the finger, not cut off your hand just to spite your finger. So it's, like I said, it's imperative that you show, you're all going to sit there and say you care about each and every child. Well, if it's your child that's being cut out of the school too, then you should care as much as everybody that's standing behind me. And the spreadsheet, you just balance it. Why do you have to cut the school? Why can't everybody make a sacrifice? If a tornado came through this town and destroyed half of this town would pull together and help each other out, not go, oh, I'm sorry, you're damaged, you're cut off. We're gonna just change the boundaries of this district. And that's what it feels like you're doing. It's like, we gotta cut some boundaries. I don't know how much time you're gonna tell me when to stop talking, because I won't stop.
You keep going.
Okay.
Until it rings.
Okay, until it rains, okay. No, I'm wasting my time. So you don't cut off, like I said, you don't cut off the school because part of it's injured. Everybody back here will sacrifice whatever needs to be sacrificed to not close these schools. The student that I have in Mount Vernon, she started there in preschool, and we can, oh, all right, never mind.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good evening.
I'm Wendy Pagano. That's
Good evening,
my
Wendy.
husband, so I'm going to finish what he was saying.
Please.
The student we have at Mount Vernon is my 8-year-old daughter, and she has autism. How do I tell her that her school is gone? How do I explain that to her? I would like each of you to think about that as you cast your vote. How do you explain to an 8-year autistic daughter that her school is gone? Just gone, no explanation. I can't explain an Excel spreadsheet to my 8-year-old daughter. And my husband is right. If a natural disaster came through this town, which it did, it came through this county, we would pull together and make it happen. I don't think there's any excuse for this. We don't want to close schools. Let's find another solution. Another solution so that I don't have to tell my daughter that we closed her school because of an Excel spreadsheet. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
I want to read this on behalf of, if I can get through it, on behalf of a teacher at Mount Vernon-Ruth. So these are not my words. As a teacher who has found healing, purpose, and joy within the walls of Mount Vernon-Ruth, the news of a possible closure was expected, but is still deeply painful, not only to me, but to every heart that beats for this school. I understand decisions have to be made, but the emotions are still there. Mount Vernon-Ruth is not just where I work, it's where I came to life. I wasn't just accepted, I'm valued. I found not just colleagues, but family. This school is woven into the fabric of my personal life as well. Archer began his journey here in kindergarten. He was placed in the self-contained classroom early on, but through the tireless love, support, and belief of the staff at MVR, he's on track of being fully transitioned out starting this upcoming year, receiving only resource services. That transformation is a testament to the kind of environment we've built here, one that doesn't give up on children, but lifts them up with compassion and relentless hope. I'm not saying this will not continue, but the fear of him falling between the cracks and or being placed back into self-contained at a new, larger school is terrifying. So she's not only a teacher, she's a mom. Mount Vernon-Ruth is a place where stories matter. We know our students deeply. We know their struggles, their strengths, their families, and we teach more than just curriculum. We teach life. We teach resilience, responsibility, leadership, and love. Our motto, lines our leaders, isn't just a saying, it's the heartbeat of our school culture. The staff here are bonded by more than a shared profession. We are connected by a common mission and a deep sense of responsibility to each other and to the children we serve. We support, uplift, and grow together. We've created a place where teachers thrive and students flourish. We are not just mourning the potential loss of a building, we're fearing the dismantling of a family, of a haven, and a uniquely powerful learning community that changes lives. I speak not just as an educator, but as a mother, a colleague, and someone who has seen firsthand the magic that happens in our classrooms every single day. Mount Vernon-Ruth deserves more than to be seen as a line in a budget. It deserves to be seen for what it truly is, a place of transformation, healing, and hope. Because lines are leaders.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening. If I could just take a few seconds to read some thoughts that I've shared with my Facebook friends. My name is Charlotte, and I am a teacher's assistant at Mount Vernon-Ruth. I've been there for 5 years. I've spent countless hours trying to find the right words to express how I'm feeling in the light of the current budget crisis facing our county school system. The truth is, I'm devastated. I recognize the immense time, energy, and dedication that the members of this school board have poured into finding solutions. Their efforts do not go unnoticed. But even with this understanding, the weight of the situation is crushing. Mount Vernon-Ruth has been more than just a workplace to me. It has been my home for the last 5 years. It is where I've grown not only as an educator, but as a person. It's where I've laughed, learned, and built lifelong bonds. Our staff is my second family, and I love the students as if they were my own. Within these walls, I've celebrated some of the most significant milestones in my life: my engagement and my marriage to my best friend, and also most recently being named classified staff of the 2025-2026 school year, one that I will not get to fulfill if Mount Vernon-Ruth closes. That is an honor that I accept humbly and I will cherish forever. But with every moment of joy, there have been challenges. I've watched my coworkers give their all during the COVID-19 pandemic, and most recently through the devastation of Hurricane Helene. Despite these trials, we have shown up every day with smiles on our faces and our hearts wide open, because our kids need us, and we do it without hesitation. We show up for the child who comes to school hungry, for the child wearing the same clothes for the third day in a row, for the child who seeks refuge from the chaos at home, for the child who simply wants to be seen, heard, and loved. This isn't just another school in a faraway county. This is happening here at home to students, families, and staff that all of you know personally. This is real, and the pain is real. I can't begin to imagine what life would look like if I no longer get to wake up and go to a job I love, surrounded by a team of people who give so much of themselves to serve our students with grace, humility, and unwavering dedication. Our children are the reason we press on, even when we are tired, overwhelmed, and unsure of what lies ahead. And now our students are being made pawns in a game they did not ask to play. So I ask all of you in this room, please pray. Pray for those in leadership, that they lead with empathy, wisdom, and the courage to truly listen to the voices of those crying out for a different outcome. Pray for the students who may not fully grasp what's happening, but will feel the impact in ways we can't yet predict. And pray for every educator and staff member whose future now hangs in the balance. We are more than a line item on a budget. We are a heartbeat of this community, and we are fighting for the future of our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Bradley, could you move that mic stand, the one that's not being used, back about maybe 8 inches, 10 inches? And yeah, that one. Okay, thank you.
Public hearing for Mount Vernon-Ruth is still open. Anybody else wanting to speak? Mr. Bradley, could you check upstairs, please? Anyone in the room? No one upstairs? I'll call one last time. Public hearing for Mount Vernon-Ruth this time, I'll close the public hearing for Mount Vernon-Ruth. Thank you for all those who came to the podium and shared your passion with us. This time, I'll open the public hearing for the Rutherford Early College High School. Ms. Ruth. Good evening, Ms. Ruth.
Good evening. Sorry.
You can turn that to where we can hear you, please.
Got it. All right.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Abby Roof. I am a graduate of Rutherford Early College High School, and I currently attend North Carolina State University as a Goodnight Scholar as well as a North Carolina Teaching Fellow, and I'm a future educator. None of what I just mentioned previously would be possible without REACH. REACH has gotten me to where I am, and it's made me into who I am today. I'm well aware of the war that's on education in our world and now within our county. However, I believe that closing our county's only early college is a grave mistake. Unfortunately, I cannot speak to the Rock or for Mount Vernon-Ruth, but I know REACH. I graduated in 2023, and I have 2 brothers in school there currently, and my mom is the only science teacher there and has been for the last 5 years. All of my family feels displaced and disheartened with the potential closing. One of my brothers texted me on Monday evening after the meeting to ask me if I had an answer for him. He also informed me that his REACH group chat was freaking out over the closing. These kids don't know what to do. They've worked hard to get where they are, and they chose REACH as a better fit for them than a normal high school. REACH is a draw for our county, and it's something that we should be proud of. These kids are pursuing other things than their normal classes because REACH makes that possible. Closing REACH would make us one of only 17 counties in North Carolina without an early college, and our kids deserve better than that. My other brother is very excited to begin his welding courses this upcoming semester, which would not be possible without REACH. He is also a member of REACH's world-renowned robotics team, the Omegabytes. This team not only does robots, but they help in any way possible in our community through their connections with Meta, Grahamtown, the Senior Center, and all of our elementary and middle schools. My mom has been with Rutherford County Schools for well over a decade. I continuously have her past and her present students tell me how much that they love her class and her, but now she's losing her job. I'm coming to you today as a future educator, a product of Rutherford County Schools, and a devastated family member. I've never considered teaching anywhere outside of here at home until now. Decisions that you guys are making are hard, but you guys are pushing people away, not drawing people in. The future of education scares me every single day, but I persist for my future students, and I need you all to do the same. Please, as you make this decision this evening when you vote, please vote as if it's your family on the line, because that's what it is for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ruth. Heather.
I don't know, how do I follow that, right?
You should have went first.
Yeah. Good evening, Chairman Morrow, Board, Dr. Sutton. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I do not envy your position in any way, shape, or form tonight. But I do want to take a moment to remind you of our vision as a staff member and as a parent. Our vision is to prepare our students for lifelong learning in a global community by partnering with families and communities. We are to engage students in rigor and personalized learning and focusing on college and career success. These are things that I know that you know, right? So it is a strong vision filled with action verbs. It is a vision of a district that I chose for my children. It is the district that I chose for my career, a progressive, forward-thinking district, and a board that I have vehemently defended in a world that is against public education. So I ask tonight that you consider the closure of REACH, any school for that matter, but REACH in particular, arguably the most successful school in our district that has done nothing wrong. Nothing. They've done nothing wrong. We have kids who effectively struggle, and they're first generation college like me. And we're going to take that opportunity from them. I know we think that they can do those same things in the traditional high school, but they chose REACH. They chose REACH. They didn't choose the traditional high school. So as a parent of students at REACH who have graduated, who you just heard from, who are currently at REACH, they may not choose the other schools. This could be a devastating financial blow for the county. Not only will they lose cooperative, innovative educational high school funds, but they're also going to lose the choice. Students will choose other schools. They have already made that choice. can't force them against a choice they already made. So I ask that you consider that in your decision tonight. I think the financials are probably a little different than just the spreadsheet that you're looking at. There are other things to take into consideration. The closure of Reach, there are 82 of 100 counties in this state that have a community college. They don't close. They're successful. So closing that is a step back in time. It is not progressive. It is not our vision. It is not our mission. It is the opposite of what we want as a county. It's the opposite of what I chose for a career. It's the opposite of what I want for my children. And I'd ask you to consider that when you vote tonight. I understand it's difficult and finances have to be considered, but so does our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ruth. Maya McClooney. Good evening, Ms. McClooney.
Good evening. Thank you, Chairman Morrow and members of the board for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Maya McClooney. I'm an upcoming sophomore at Reach, currently working towards my associate's degree in engineering. I've attended summer programs at NC State and UNC Asheville, which are programs recognized by colleges all across the state. And I would have never had those opportunities to go there if it weren't for Reach. My dream is to apply to NC State and MIT, but now I'm being forced to rethink everything. By the end of my freshman year, I had earned 15 college credits and maintained a 4.0 college GPA, even though I was never part of AIG program. Because I'm not in AIG, I'm being told I cannot take college courses during my sophomore year if Reach closes. That means I'll miss out on an entire year of college education. Freshmen haven't started yet and won't get the chance. Juniors and seniors still have access to ICC classes for the rest of their high school career, but may be limited by different CCP rules. But as a sophomore, I'm stuck. I'll be forced to take only high school classes for a year, putting me behind on my degree and possibly preventing me from ever reaching the goals of completing that degree or reaching the career I want. Before I came to Reach, school was a struggle for me. I could make decent grades, but I was a poor test taker and didn't believe college was for me. I didn't think I'd succeed at Reach because I don't handle stress well, and I doubted myself. But I gave it a chance, and I told myself, if I survive middle school, I can survive anything. What I found at Reach was nothing like I expected. It was so much better. The teachers at Reach taught me how to manage my time, improve my test-taking skills, and handle stress in a healthy way. For the first time in my life, I'm earning straight A's, and I'm motivated. I believe I can succeed at a great college, and I see a future for myself that I never saw before. Reach isn't just a school, it's a family. It's a community that lifts me up, encourages me to be my best, and pushes me to dream bigger than I ever imagined. I am standing here because I care, because I study hard, because I help others the way I've been helped, and because I never give up, because the fear of not reaching my goals I set for myself drives me more than the fear of failure ever could. Reach has taught me things that no one else ever could. If it closes, I'll never know what more I could have learned. Please don't take away this opportunity from me or from the students that haven't yet discovered their potential yet. We are not just numbers on a spreadsheet. We are students with hopes and dreams for a future that Reach helps us believe in. All we are asking for is a chance to keep building that future, to stay on the path we work so hard to be on. Thank you again for listening and considering what this decision truly means for students like me.
Thank you, Maya. Mr. Poole, are you going to speak again? You should have went first, Clark.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm not going to talk about the academics because we already know about that at Reach. I want to tell you about a young lady learning to knit from a 75-year-old at the senior center from Reach. I want to tell you about a gentleman that is 82 years old that got whipped playing chess by a 17-year-old from Reach. Oh my Lord, I've never been beat by somebody that young. I want to tell you about a group of girls after they came to the senior center at their request. You know, older people like yourself, Mr. Poole, they did. can't use their cell phones as well as they should. We'd be glad to come to the senior center and teach them some of the problems that they may have so they can use their phones better. And once a month they come. The first time we had 20. The next time we had 40. The next time we had to break it out so they could do 2 and 3 at a time. So then the kids started bringing 15 or 20 and got that done. Do you have computer problems? We'll be more than happy to help you. And they did. That doesn't have anything to do with state curriculum. That doesn't have anything to do with bottom lines. But it has a whole lot to do about the heart. Then they call me 2 weeks later, 2 girls again. You women are awesome. 2 girls again and said, you know, there's some homebound folks. They could order if they could use their phones better from Walmart. That could be dangerous, but they could. They are working it out through regulations for guys with guys and gals with gals to get that done at home. Has nothing to do about curriculum, but it has a whole lot to do about who they are and who we need to be. Last thing, and it doesn't have to do with reach, because it's done so much for so many people. It's done for our seniors. They bridged the gap from the youngest to the oldest. But I got one story to tell you about elementary school. Forest Ranger and I, 7 years ago, decided that we wanted kids to know a little bit about agriculture. So in the kindergarten class, there were 15 kids, and we planted 15 pine trees, or they did. We helped them. Every year they called to tell me how their tree had grown. At their 5th grade graduation, they wanted to salute their forest. They had taken those little saplings and cared for them and helped them grow. Why don't we do that to ours? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poole. Sage Bell. Good evening, Mr. Bell.
Good evening. Good evening, board members, chairman, Dr. Sutton. This is actually not the first time I have come before you. I was given the opportunity in 2nd grade at Spindle Elementary to speak on behalf of new initiatives in our classroom. I now come before you as a rising senior at Reach. From the moment I stepped into this school, I knew it was unlike any other school experience I had had. It was a community of students and educators dedicated to learning. We all voluntarily applied here knowing the challenge that we were set up for. But we learned that this place was much more. We got a community and we were able to pick ourselves back up. And I can speak for that. When I was in middle school, I was struggling. I was barely passing classes and my mental health was really bad. I will say that. But when I came to Reach, I was able to start making straight A's, and my GPA is never what I would expect it to be at this point. This is an experience unique to a small school like us, having a community as such. Because we all know each other because there's only 200 of us. And it's a great privilege to have this in our county. I worry that if we lose such a great asset like Reach, where we can get a college degree, a 2-year college degree for not a cent, our county will suffer the consequences. Less people will be willing to live here now that their children will not be able to have this opportunity, and more people will go to private schools. I believe that we should protect the good things like Reach in this county, as it is crucial to our county's development and success. I also believe that it is crucial to have a school to help young students get back off the ground and succeed like The Rock does. Schools like these are what will propel our county into a hopeful and opportunity-rich future. I request board members of one thing, please. Save our school, save our community, Educational outcomes should not be based upon income.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Mr. Grajales? Good evening.
Good evening. It's Grajales.
I'm sorry.
Good evening.
If you need to
Yeah.
pull that down so you don't stand on your tiptoes.
Okay. I'll probably do it anyway. So my name is Abigail Grajales Salinas. I am going to be a senior in the upcoming school year at Reach, and I'm here today because, like many others, to ask you guys, beg you guys, to not close down the school. This is, like many others have said, we might be a small school, but we are very strong. This is the place where I learned to come out of my shell and become the person that I wanted to be. I don't think I could have done that at the traditional high school. I was there for 2 weeks before Reach called saying, hey, we accepted you. Do you want to come here? And I did. I came there. And I think that was the best choice I've ever made. This school has made me be the best person that I have never thought I could be. And that's thanks to the support of my teachers, my fellow friends and classmates. And to hear that they're considering closing it, it's heartbreaking. This is a safe space for us. We're allowed to be as unique as we want and without any judgment. And I know at the other high schools, we would be judged for a lot of things we do here, even though we're just being our authentic selves. If our school gets shut down, where does that leave us? Are we just going to be thrown to the curb? Are we going to be just left out like we were back then? And like I've said, a bunch of us are thriving here. We're being our best that we can, and at the other high schools, we just weren't. And for many of us, this is our only opportunity to receive a higher education. Like many others have probably can say, I'm a first-gen college student. Without Reach, I don't know if I'm able to get a college education. With this program, I was confident, hey, if I get good grades and I work hard, I can get an associate's. I have a chance to get a higher education. Something that I've always worried about as a first-gen college student. And now that's being threatened because they're wanting to shut down my school. We're a rural community. Many people out here don't have the resources or funds to get a higher education. Reach was a way to do that. Reach paid for our college education, and we got it alongside our high school diploma. The school board has their motto that says, all Rutherford County students freak.
It's okay. Thank you very much. You did a great job, Abigail. Ms. Reap? Kaylee? You can pull that microphone down, Ms. Reap, if you need to. Thank you.
Hello, I'm standing here today because Reach is in danger, and we need to save it before it goes over the edge. My name is Kaylee Reap, and I myself am a student at Reach, going from a freshman to a sophomore. And when I heard my school was potentially going to shut down, I wasn't very happy. When I first started Reach, I was very shy and didn't know much about life at Reach. All I knew was my brother had went there and that he had loved it. But that quickly changed, and I too began to love Reach. But this isn't about me, it's about Reach. Not only is Reach a school that both its students and faculty all love, the people you will meet at Reach are like none from any other school. The students and teachers there are extremely nice. They will help you with anything you need. And most importantly, they make you feel welcome. You can ask just about any of us. Most, if not all of us, got help from another student without even having to ask for it on our first day. Because we're not just a school environment at Reach. We're a family environment and so much more. I, for one, think it's pointless to shut down such a valuable school. We almost have a 100% graduation rate. Why shut down a school with that high of a rate? Shutting down such a valuable school as Reach will not only be a huge loss for our county, but who knows how many other valuable schools will follow. Can you really afford that kind of a downfall? Shutting us down isn't the right way to go. I myself was a part of the group that welcomed the new freshmen, and they were so excited to be a part of Reach. Do you really want to shut us down and have to tell countless students, not just the freshmen, that they can no longer go to the school that they worked so hard to get into? Don't be the ones to disappoint them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Root. Michaela Blair. Michaela? Good evening, Miss Blair.
Good evening.
You can fix that microphone if you need to.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board, superintendent, and community members. My name is Michaela Blair, and I come before you as a mother, an educator, and someone whose life has been shaped by the belief that education is not simply about content. It is about capacity, the capacity to grow, to think critically, and to imagine more for oneself than what the world may offer. My daughter is a rising freshman at Reach. Our family is new to Rutherford County, having chosen this community 5 years ago after my husband completed his service in the Marine Corps. What drew us here wasn't just the landscape, it was the promise of meaningful opportunity for our children. As an educator, I've long believed that the truest aim of education is not to produce conformity, but to inspire courage, the courage to pursue knowledge, to question, to create, and to contribute. In my doctoral studies in educational psychology, I've explored not just what helps students succeed, but what allows them to truly flourish. Time and again, research affirms what we as educators know by heart. When students are given purpose, agency, and high expectations within a supportive learning environment, they rise. Scholars like Carol Dweck have shown that mindset, paired with meaningful challenge, can transform the trajectory of a student's life. Vygotsky taught us that growth occurs in the space between what a learner can do independently and what they can achieve with the right support. These are not abstract theories. They are learned realities in schools like Reach, where students are not simply taught, but empowered. Reach is far more than an early college program. It is a vision of what equitable, intentional, future-driven education can and should be. Through scaffolding, mentorship, and access to real-world academics, it activates what Vygotsky called the zone of proximal development. It cultivates what Bandura defined as self-efficacy, the belief that I can do hard things. Reach treats students as capable citizens now, not someday. And for my daughter, it has sparked belief not just in the system, but in herself. When she heard that Reach might be closing, she looked at me and asked, what did we do? She didn't understand how something so good, something that had finally made her feel seen, could be taken away. And honestly, I didn't have an answer for her. As Maslow explained, the need to belong is as fundamental as the need to eat or breathe. And without that sense of connection, learning stalls before it can even begin. It is also important to note that my daughter, like many others, comes to Reach from outside the Rutherford County school system. Students like her bring additional funding into the district, resources that would otherwise not be available. If Reach is eliminated, that funding is lost along with the opportunity it represents. To close the school will be to close a door that many students may never see open again. It would send the message that innovation has limits, that access has conditions, and that belief in students can be withdrawn. Preserve what makes Reach possible, not only for my daughter, but for every student who dares to dream bigger, because someone believed they could. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blair. And Ms. Blair, thank your husband for his service. Bella? Siebert? Did I say that correct? Good evening.
Good evening. What message are we sending when we close the doors on a school that has opened so many? My name is Isabella Seibert, and I'm here today not just for myself as a student at Reach.
Isabella, let me stop you. Turn the microphone up, please. Yeah.
But for every student whose life has been changed because of this school. While I have only been in this school for 1 year, I know that for nearly 2 decades, Rutherford Early College High School has offered the gifted students of Rutherford County a unique path, combining high school classes with college courses.
But REACH isn't just about preparing kids for college. It's giving them an early start to life. It's reducing debt, increasing access, and inspiring confidence. It's a safe place for students who may not feel supported in a traditional high school. At REACH, the students who were otherwise bullied for their bright personalities have a safe place where being smart is never something to hide, but something to celebrate. Not to mention that there are 134 early college high schools across North Carolina. This state has invested in these programs because they work. They increase college readiness, graduation rates, and the potential of our future. To shut down REACH would not only end a success story in Rutherford County, it would risk opening the door to shutting down other schools just like REACH that have already proven their value all across the state. Once one school goes, the others could follow. Please don't make the number become 133. Protect the vision. Shutting down REACH will come at the expense of Rutherford County's most promising students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Annunziata. Good evening.
Good evening. Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Education, Dr. Sutton, and fellow community members. My name is Margaret Annunziata, and I have the pleasure of serving as the president of Isothermal Community College, and I claim REACH and the REACH students as ours, collectively, our community's students, just as I do every student in this community that we're committed to serve. I'm here tonight to highlight the strategic importance of our early college high school. Rutherford Early College High School is not just an educational setting. It's a critical part of our talent pipeline, positioning students to be workforce ready as they graduate, which directly meets urgent labor demands as our economy rebuilds. By enabling students to earn both a high school diploma and college degree, the early college program helps local families by reducing both college costs and the time it takes to earn a degree, investing in our community's greatest asset, our young people. The performance data speaks for itself. Over the past decade, of the 180 school report card grades assigned to our county's public schools by the North Carolina Department of Instruction, only 9 were A's, all earned by REACH. Further, REACH's grade level proficient students consistently surpass both county and state averages, and REACH's 4-year graduation rates stand well above the county and state rates. Beyond academic outcomes, early college programs are recognized as proven tools for economic growth, producing skilled graduates, attracting and retaining businesses, and offering innovative pathways vital for our post-hurricane recovery. I acknowledge the difficult decisions facing the Board of Education to meet the needs of all students served by Rutherford County Schools, and I appreciate your commitment to do just that. Meet the needs of all students. In doing so, it is important to recognize that REACH is vital to meeting the needs of a population of students that are not likely to flourish in the same way in traditional schools, as they have intentionally chosen a different educational setting. ICC shares your commitment to these students, as demonstrated by the provision of college facilities and facility supports for REACH. This is a partnership that helps maximize resources and promotes program sustainability.
Thank you, Dr. Annunziata.
If I could say, I'd like to say one other thing, and that is I've engaged with philanthropists who are interested in partnering, but I ask you to pause and give us the opportunity for that conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Annunziata. Ms. Wages? Linda? I know she spoke earlier. Can you see if she's upstairs, Mr. Bradley? She's not? Okay. If she comes in, we'll put her at the top. Brookman? Did I pronounce that right? Brookman? Yeah. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Talia Brookman, and I'm going into my senior year at Reach Early College. I'm standing here today because my school, my second home, is at risk of being shut down, and I'm not going to let that happen and sit by quietly without trying to speak from the heart. Reach isn't just a school, it's a family. It's a place where I've grown, not just as a student, but as a person. I spent the last 3 years surrounded by people, classmates, and teachers who have supported me, challenged me, and cared for me in ways I never imagined a school could. Every teacher at Reach knows me personally. They're not just educators, they're mentors, they're protectors, and for some of us, they're like family. Miss Ruth, for example, is like a second mom to many of us. She's someone we've gone to with not just academic questions, but real life problems, and she has always been there. Losing her job isn't just losing a teacher, it's losing someone who holds our community together. Not just that teacher either. Every single staff member at Reach has made a difference in my life and the life of my classmates. We see you guys, we thank you guys, and we appreciate you. This past year, I got really sick. I was hospitalized for weeks, I couldn't walk, I couldn't eat. And through all of that, my Reach family have never left my side. They sent me messages, offered me help, and made sure I never fall behind. They cared for me, not because they had to, but that's because that's who they are. That kind of love and support does not exist in most high schools. Reach gave me a place where I felt safe, where I felt seen, and where I felt like I belonged. And now I'm being told that I might not get to graduate with my class, the classmates I've spent years with. I might miss my senior sunrises, traditions we have waited for, and the moments we have earned. That is heartbreaking. We've built something special here, and it's unfair to take that away from us, especially now. After seeing the hurt from my classmates about the risk of taking away a place many of us consider home, while most of us are considering not attending an in-person school for our remaining years, that's not a decision we want to make, but one we are being forced to make. This is not a situation us teenagers should even be put in. It hurts seeing people in power who obviously do not care about us. They're not just shutting down a school, they're shutting down our future, all because people in charge chose budgets over our education. It's not that we were the ones to fail, it's that the people who were supposed to fight for us chose to let us go over a price tag. We were doing everything right, graduating with college credits, 100% graduation rate, best test scores in the county, yet we're being shut down because the budget can't afford success. If this decision is about numbers and budgets, I'm asking you to please also consider something that cannot be measured, the heart of the school, the lives it's changed, and the family it has created. Please don't take Reach away from us. Let us finish what we started and let us graduate together. Let our teachers continue to do what they've meant to do and build up students like me. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Brogan. You're next. Boone?
Yeah.
Go right ahead, Ms. Boone. You got 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie Boone, and I'm a rising senior at Rutherford Early College High School. Reach is a school where students have the ability to earn an associate's degree and a high school diploma at the same time. Reach is tailored to the kids who are at a disadvantage economically and the kids who are first-generation college students, which I am. Closing the doors to such an amazing opportunity will only hurt us and the kids after us. We are not a number in a budget that needs to be cut out. We are people, we are students, and most importantly, we are the future. When shutting the doors of a place like Reach, you are telling students that their futures are optional, that it doesn't matter how hard we have worked, that it can be taken away without the opportunity to see it through. Our futures are not optional. We are the next teachers, doctors, engineers, lawyers, and so on. The students in this room and the students that could not make it tonight are the backbone of the future that the people sitting on this board want to create. For many of us, Reach and the Rock are not just the best option, they are the only option. Let's be honest, the traditional system was not designed with all of us in mind. Imagine if this was one of your children, how you would feel. You would be enraged too. How can you look us in the eyes and say this decision is what's best? We have done all that you have asked of us. We showed up, we studied hard, and we overcame. Now you want to pull the rug out from under us just as we were getting started. You don't get to decide our worth. You don't get to push us to beat the odds and then take away the very tool we use to do it. I can tell you REACH is not just a program, it is a promise. A promise that if we walked in with big dreams, someone would be there to support us. And that promise matters. It matters to us, it matters to our families, and it should matter to you. We are asking you to see us and fight for us because one day when we're standing in hospitals, saving lives and teaching the next generation or leading companies, we will remember who stood with us when it mattered the most. History doesn't remember the ones who folded under pressure. It remembers the ones who stood up when it counted. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boone. Carissa Rooks. Carissa? Good evening.
Good evening. Unfortunately, this is not the first time I've had to stand in front of a school board for REACH. I graduated in 2013, and without REACH, I apologize, I would not have made it. My first day of high school was our camping trip, and from then on, I knew I had friends who were in upper grades. I could go to anyone, any of the teachers, any of the staff, if I had any problems. When I was in middle school, the only reason I was not held back, one, I did well on the tests, but they knew it would not help. And I had a teacher who suggested REACH. And I have loved it ever since. So I'm not here for me, I'm here for those who've come after me. Traditional high schools are not for everyone. It wasn't for me, it's not for a lot of students. But REACH made sure they cared. I remember a teacher who stayed after school no matter what, if a student had problems. We were able to tour colleges to get an idea. Dual enrollment is not the same as REACH. You don't get the experience of being on a college campus. We are family. To this day, I still have a lot of friends who went there. It doesn't matter, and I understand there's a money problem, but REACH is the best of this county. It is the future. I got sick my senior year. I had to take an extra year, and the staff were there for me. And when I graduated, I had a lot of footprints on my behind because of them. I was able to get my associates because they helped, they supported, they pushed me when I thought I couldn't do it myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Crystal Withrow. Good evening, Ms. Withrow.
Good evening. My son is a senior at REACH, and when he told me that this was being considered for REACH to shut down, I didn't believe him. I told him that I didn't think there was anybody sitting on the Board of Education that would vote for such an opportunity to leave this county. And I hope that you prove that true.
Thank you, Ms. Withrow. Kevin, is it Duncan? Is that right? Mr. Duncan? Good evening.
With all of you sitting here, where's the county commissioners at? Is any in, they behind me? Where they at? Raise your hand. Where you at? Y'all should be sitting up here, taking a burn with them. I had somewhat of an elegant speech worked out in my head, but I'm an upset dad. Really upset. My son's sitting here, went to Ruth Elementary, now he's in REACH. I'm gonna try to curb my cuss words. I feel them coming on.
Thank you.
How y'all can get us into 6.1, 6.2 backwards? What have you gained from it? What can you show for it? What you're gonna show for it is these kids' education going away from them. Mount Vernon-Ruth, besides my stepson, the one sitting behind me, were awesome. Put the initiative between me and his mother, helped him along, and wanted to do something. Cared for him 100%. They pushed me away from my son because I carried him into school every day. Just that kind of dad. So he can be his own guy. He's got his sights set on college. And somehow, with everybody I see sitting in front of me, cannot work out a plan to keep a school open. That's ridiculous. I've never heard of such in my life. I've lived in about every state that you can think of. I've never seen such in my life. Ever. I don't want to say it, but you should be ashamed of yourselves. And while they're not sitting up here with you, they should be ashamed of themselves too. They should be right here against that wall, listening to every bit of it. Not hid somewhere. Not hiding. But up here listening. How none of you sitting there red faced like I'm getting, I don't know why. There's a lot of upset parents sitting behind me. And so all I can do is hold it together. My son had plans that are going to get ripped away from him. I don't know how you're going to live with yourself, but I will remember every face in here for a long time. And I hope everybody behind me does too. This is very, very upsetting how y'all cannot do math to save any one of you. I do it all day long. I got men every day, multi-million-dollar business, and I can do a spreadsheet and math. Seems like every one of you need to go back to school and learn something.
Thank you, Mr. Doug. Thank you. Gates? That's fine.
So like all my classmates just sit here and they begged y'all not to take this school, right? Obviously y'all don't care. You can see it. Nobody here cares about that. Okay, I gotta get my spot. Okay, so even if Reach does shut down, right, which it probably will, looking at y'all, I've heard that y'all don't have a single plan for any of us other than just sending us into dual enrollment, which is not at all the same, like many have said. I mean, this school, like all they've said, this school is amazing. And I mean, how do you expect to get out of this debt if you're just sending all your kids' education, just kissing them goodbye? Like, sending all these people that could help you get out of debt and get jobs, all that stuff. You're just sending them away, ripping their education away from them. How to say?
Is that what you want to say? You sure?
Yeah, pretty much.
Thank you. I'm going to need some help. Folka? Fiolka, maybe? I know I butchered that, but. I could give the address if I needed to. Little John Domain Road. Anybody upstairs? Okay. Miss Bailey. Daisy? Upstairs? They left. Okay, thank you. Wiggin? Larilla? Lyra? What's the last name? Oh, so thank you. Good evening, Ms. Wiggin.
Good evening. Good evening. How are you guys? My name is Leah Wiggin. I am also a rising senior at Reach High School. Today I want to talk to you guys about who Reach is, not just what it is. We are young adults. We are your future educators, psychiatrists, artists, surgeons, builders, and so much more. We are the brilliant minds of the future, and we have an even more brilliant family that was built through the school you are proposing to close. There is no good way that any portion of us would have met without this school. It gives us a great way to immerse ourselves in learning different cultures and backgrounds in the county that otherwise we wouldn't have had the chance to in such a small setting. This is the whole point in why Reach was founded, and I want to make sure you guys know this and are fully informed before you make any kind of decision tonight. It gave us an option that is so much better than a big public school. An option that promised us a way to graduate with a diploma in one hand and an associate's degree in the other. An option that promises us that associate's degree on a college campus with the option to have face-to-face classes and go to professors' office hours instead of sitting in a computer lab doing every single class online. An option that helps us mature so much faster and prepare for the real world so much better. An option that gives us a tight-knit family of other like-minded students and staff. Sure, we don't all get along all the time, and we have different circles, but I hope you see how at the end of the day, we will all come together and fight for our family and fight for the place that has made us become the students and young adults that we are today. We are not to blame for the messed up numbers on y'all's papers, and we are not responsible for the millions of dollars in the funding gap. And yet somehow, we are the ones getting hurt because of it. This is our school we are talking about here. Sure, it's not your school that you went to or have a kid in, but it's the place that so many of us have found a home, a great education, friends that will stick together for life, and most importantly, a voice. There's no telling how many students at Reach have been able to thrive strictly because of the small and personable environment that it offers. And yes, I recognize that there are some kids who will do just fine in a normal big public school, but the power that such a small school holds in being able to build up every single one of its students is absolutely incredible, and I just want all of you to see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Bowles, maybe? Did I mispronounce that last name? Linda? Good evening. Good evening.
I am a great-grandmother of a boy that's going to Reach, and that has been so much to him, and he was so excited, and there was so much, enthusiasm for this. He really wants to go, and he really wants to learn, and he really wants to please, and he really so immersed in this, and then I have to tell him that they're probably going to not get to go, and it's heartbreaking that we have to do that. There's a future of our community. There's a future, and if we let them down, I just don't know how to put it. Those preparing to go to Reach are so excited and so determined to study and make their dreams come true. They were preparing to work hard to reach their goals and dreams at ICC and already signed up, and now they have to pull the rug right out from under their feet. And I think it's a shame.
Thank you, Mr. Jessica Medford. Ms. Medford. Good evening, Ms. Medford.
Good evening, Dr. Sutton, Chairman Morrow, and members of the board. My name is Jessica Medford, and I've been teaching math at Reach just since January. I'm not here tonight to persuade you to keep our school open because I trust you will make the decision you believe is best. Instead, I want to share a bit about my personal journey with Rutherford County Schools. I attended Harris Elementary, where my mother worked until retirement and has since returned part-time to the EC department of Rutherford County Schools. I then went to Chase Middle School and Chase High School. I had amazing teachers the whole way that shaped who I am as a person and an educator. From as early as 3rd grade, I knew I was meant to be a teacher, something that many people don't realize until much later. In college, surrounded by peers uncertain of their futures or changing majors multiple times, I remained sure of my path. After graduation, I taught at an elementary school in Spartanburg County for a few years before returning to Chase Middle. I got to work alongside teachers I admired, and that was truly special. Later, I served as the Gear Up coordinator for Isothermal Community College, which allowed me to experience the unique cultures of all of our middle schools and high schools, including The Rock and Reach. When Mr. McClooney told me about the math positioning opening up at Reach in January, the idea of teaching high school was pretty intimidating, but I'm so grateful that he took a chance on me. In just 6 months, I found something rare, a school where students, parents, and staff truly feel like family. Reach may be small, but that closeness means students are known, valued, and accepted for who they are. It's a place where students feel safe to seek help and are motivated to do their best, sometimes even in subjects they don't love, because they know that they are cared for. The thought of this school closing breaks my heart. I've had only a short time here at one of the best schools in our county. I worry about the students who will be heartbroken if they can't return next year, and about those who I may never see again. That's truly the hardest part. Our school is more than just a building. It's a cornerstone of this community. It's where relationships are built, trust is nurtured, and futures are shaped. Closing it would not only disrupt education, but would ripple through families and neighborhoods who rely on this school as a source of stability and support. I ask you to consider the lasting impact on our community when making this difficult decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Emily Roach. Good evening, Emily.
Good evening. Tonight, I stand before you asking that you save my school. Reach has been a pivotal part of not only my life, but the lives of so many students over the years. Reach is, in fact, what brought me into the Rutherford County school system. As a former homeschool student, I would not even be here today without Reach. Reach has given me the skills to grow not only as a person, but as a friend. Some of the closest relationships I have today would not exist without this school. Even tonight in this crowd, there are people here who I would consider more family than friends. Family who I might not be able to walk across the stage with because we would be separated into our separate districts. Reach has also given me opportunities that wouldn't have been possible otherwise. While college was always a plan for me, Reach has pushed me to discover schools that will best suit my interests and needs for life. The small school size also provides a sense of comfort without letting you know that no one will ever forget your name or face and that you will always be remembered there as someone important. Reach is a school that provides for its students in ways I have not seen in any other school. When upperclassmen go to the middle schools, we make a point to tell them of the family that Reach becomes. Every person you meet becomes a brother or sister, someone to go to when times get tough. Reach also pushes its students to face challenges. It's not easy to dual enroll at an early college. Some people would argue that it is easy to gain your associates at RS, East, or Chase, but it's not. Out of the upwards of 180 students from the class of 2025 at RS Central, I only witnessed 3 graduate with an associate's degree. So Reach pushes us to face that challenge and not to back down when it gets hard. We have also been taught to stand up to the people who challenge us as individuals and as groups. We are taught to have a voice and to use it. I ask you again, please consider this choice again. Reach is a home to many, a safe place, a place to grow in, and a place to love. Consider how closing this school will impact the students now and the students in the future. What paths are we supposed to take now? How are we supposed to move on, having to readjust our lives to fit the choice that might be made tonight? Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Lacey Roach.
All right, first I'd like to say thank you for hearing us out. I am a product of Rutherford County Schools. I was a math tutor for the very first freshman class of Reach High School, and I briefly worked for Rutherford County Schools before choosing to be a stay-at-home parent 13 years ago. I want to speak to you tonight as both a homeschool parent and a parent of public school children. These are roles that I believe give me a unique perspective on what families in our community are looking for in education. I currently have a rising senior and a sophomore who attend Reach High School, both of whom were formerly homeschooled. For our family, we considered Reach the only public school option for our daughters to enter the Rutherford County school system. I also have 2 younger children who are currently homeschooled, and they hope to attend Reach as well in the near future. If Reach closes, they will likely not enter the public school system at all. This is not just about my family. By closing Reach, subsequently the Rock, you'll be narrowing the public education into a one-size-fits-all model. This leaves behind not only the misunderstood and anxious learners, but also the academically hungry and the quietly determined students. Students like mine that intentionally chose an environment that unequivocally supports their ambitious academic goals. While dual enrollment at the traditional high schools is possible, it simply does not meet the same standards that draws in families like mine to choose a school like Reach. Across the country, we are seeing a very clear trend as more and more families seek alternatives to traditional education models. When public school systems eliminate innovative programs like Reach, they don't just lose students, they lose the confidence and investment of entire communities. In rural areas like ours, this has serious economic repercussions. As a longtime homeschool parent, I regularly consult with families looking for alternative options. I take pride in my ability to remain objective towards Rutherford County school system. I do not blindly push families into the homeschooling option. Since the tentative decision to close both Reach and the Rock, I have already heard from several families asking, is homeschooling our best option now? We cannot continue to strip away the alternatives and then act surprised when families and funding walk away with that system altogether. Not all families can or want to sacrifice the time and cost to choose homeschooling, private school, charter, and other non-traditional paths. However, many families who do have the means to find other options will do that. Closing Reach will send a loud and clear message that in Rutherford County, North Carolina, a quality education for non-traditional students is now a luxury that is not accessible by everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roach. Ms. Ledbetter. Angel? There she is. Good evening.
Good evening. Really appreciate this opportunity to speak with you, Dr. Sutton, and members of the board. And with only 3 minutes to speak, it is very tempting to spend that time kind of going over the data that shows how effective Reach is. But I know you've had lots of emails that have made that data perfectly clear. And you've heard from our students and families tonight that show the power and the heart of Reach. So what I want to talk to you about tonight is a little bit different. I want to talk to you about choices. Any economist will tell you that economics is not about money. It's about choices. It's about how they're made, why they're made, and both the intended and unintended consequences of those choices. While we understand that this choice does boil down to difficult budget decisions, there's a fundamental truth underlying funding of schools, and it's that how you choose to fund your schools is how you choose to fund your community. Every school is in and of itself its own community, building its own traditions, its own culture, and its own roots. The choice to sever those roots does real harm to the people within that community and to the community at large. You cannot build the economic base of Rutherford County on broken promises and lost opportunities. Providing innovative opportunities for students at all levels not only encourages those students to become productive members of the community, but it invites others to see our community as an attractive place to live, an attractive place to grow, and to locate not only their families, but also their businesses. I often tell my civic literacy and personal finance and economics students that if you want to know what really matters to someone, look at where they put their money. I believe that to be true of both individuals and of governments. At every turn, our county commissioners have made it abundantly clear that our children are not their top priority. The long-term effects of shuttering vital programs will really only undermine their ultimate bottom line. It will make the economic development of Rutherford County decline and become slower. It will drive students and families away from Rutherford County schools. And it ultimately will hurt every taxpayer in our county. I urge you tonight only to allow us to do what the commissioners want. Let us put these students first. Let us put these families first. Give us the chance to chart a successful path forward for these students that encompasses the goals and dreams that they started the journey at Reach with. To us, it's those dreams, and it's our community and those students that mean everything. And they deserve so much more. And to the students who have taken the time to come out and speak tonight, I am beyond proud of you, and I love every single one of you, and just know that you have made my teacher heart happier than it has ever been, even in the face of this.
Thank you, Ms. Ledbetter. Matt? Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Chairman Morrow. Thank you, board members, Dr. Sutton. I just wanted to share from the heart tonight a few words, keep it short and sweet. Matt DiCaprio, I was hired from South Florida, taught 20 years in Florida. I've been at Reach for the last 19 years. Ren Dominguez hired me on, and I came up with my son in 2006, and she said, we're a different program. I said, well, how so? I'm coming from a traditional setting. She said, there's a lot of things that you're going to be asked to do and take on that you might not normally do. It's a big change coming from a traditional high school. My son graduated in 2011, and I think about what I notice about the school in the many years that I've been there. It is a family setting. There's no other way to put it. We have the kids have access to us. They, I get emails in the middle of the night. Hey, can you read my essay? And can you, I got to speak tomorrow. Can I, give me some hints on some things that I need to do? So we're there for the kids, and these are special kids. It's a close-knit family. We have a lot of hardworking professionals in our school all over the county, taking nothing away from the other schools. We have a great influence on the community, and ICC especially. A big part of ICC, a big part of their program is Reach Kids. We do a lot for the community. You heard about, to go into the senior centers and work days. Each year we do a work day. The camping trips early on, those were a lot of fun, a lot of hard work, a lot of sleepless night there watching the kids. 14 years of 100% graduation rate, 14 years straight, 100% of our graduates. In the last 19 years, I've seen over 760 kids walk that stage at graduation. Many come back. They come back, and my hair was a lot darker back then when I first started, and didn't walk with a limp. But they come back, they grace my doorway, and sometimes they bring their kids, and it's special. These are special kids, and it's an honor and a privilege to work there at the school. It's very unique. It's tailor fit. You've heard some of the things. Our mission is get them college ready. Get them ready for the workforce, get them ready for college, get them ready for the military, get them ready for life. And that's what we do at Reach. We get them ready for life. It's a special program. It's student-centered. It's always student-centered. It's not about me. It's definitely not about me. I tell the kids, well, I'm going to retire next year. No, you can't retire. Say it every year. I look back on the students that walked the halls and the great things they did, and it blows my mind. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Matt. Katie Anders. Katie? There she is. Good evening, Ms. Anders.
Good evening, how are you? Okay. My name is Katie Anders, and I'm a proud graduate of Rutherford Early College High School. But more than that, I'm proof of what REACH makes possible. In middle school, I was struggling, my home life was difficult, and I felt lost and unmotivated. I didn't see a clear path forward. Then someone recommended the robotics program. At the time, it was solely through REACH. That one opportunity opened the door to something bigger. That's how I learned about REACH and what it offered, a place where I could earn a 2-year degree before graduating high school, dive into real college classes, pursue my interests, and discover a career that truly inspired me. At REACH, I found my passion again. I regained my confidence, found direction, and made friendships that will last a lifetime. I even met my best friend there, and I just got married to him in April. But more than any one moment, it was the overall experience at REACH that shaped who I am today and why I feel deeply connected to this community. Because of REACH, I continued my education and completed my bachelor's and master's degree faster than I imagined. Now at 23, I teach cybersecurity at Isothermal Community College, the very campus where REACH is held and where students like me continue to get their start. Giving back here means a lot to me. Though I didn't attend the Rutherford Opportunity Center, I know students whose lives it transformed. The ROC offers vital alternative programs for students with diverse needs, helping them succeed when traditional paths don't fit. On June 18th, RCS posted on Facebook, "We believe every student deserves an education that prepares them not just for graduation, but for a successful future." They asked, why RCS? Well, why RCS indeed? The possible closure of REACH and the ROC doesn't support that mission. It tells students opportunity is conditional, that success isn't worth investing in unless it fits a narrow mold. Recent data from an official press release shows student population trends from 2008 to 2024, and among all county schools, only 3 have grown, and 2 are REACH and the ROC. REACH grew over 76% and the ROC over 300%. While numbers aren't the only factor, growth like this is a sign that something is working. These schools meet real community needs. Budgets are tight and tough decisions must be made, but cutting programs proven to transform lives, programs that embody RCS's mission, would be a step backward. This forces us to question district priorities. As someone who is committed to building a future here in this county because I love this community, this is deeply disheartening. So again, I ask, why RCS? And if REACH and the ROC disappear, I truly wonder what future we are building for all Rutherford County students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Anders. Mr. Harris? Good evening, Mr. Harris.
Hi. I'm the best friend that she was speaking about. Board members, my name is obviously Ethan Harris. I'm a proud product of REACH, and my sister is of the ROC. This isn't the first time I've spoken to you. In 2018, I had the chance to tell you why REACH was important to me, why it matters to this county. But my attempt to convince you of the impact will blur with the rest of everybody else that's spoken this evening. And it'll blur with the rest of these impassioned stories that you've heard from everybody else. The reality of the situation is whatever decision you're going to make, you've already made. I've been told that if someone has a profound impact on your life, you should tell them. So I'd like you to hear me tell them. I don't know if I can take this off. I know there are a few people in here that are from REACH that are faculty that have made a serious impact on my life. You're there. I don't know where DeCap went, but I know there's more. Thank you for your contributions to REACH and to the students. You show why it works and what works. And all the other students in here that have already spoken or even are just standing in here. The fact that you've spoken is you show why REACH is important. Oh, wait. I know. Rutherford County Schools will prepare all students for lifelong learning in a global community by partnering with families and communities to promote a safe, nurturing school environment and provide a rigorous academic and career preparation experience. You all know this. The kind lady has already told you this tonight as well. She's already read it out loud. This is your mission statement. You wrote it. I didn't. But it works. I've heard these exact words in this mission statement be used to describe Reach and the Rock. They're two of the things in this county that are actually working and growing. They're combating our county, turning into a retirement community, and having an impact on our little corner of the world that can't just be clearly seen by numbers. No matter your decision, the consequences will suck. There isn't any way around that. What do the consequences of this decision look like in 5 to 10 years and beyond? So balance your budget, fix your deficit, but make sure your decision is the one that most closely aligns with your mission statement. There are a lot of kids as well as the future of this county riding on it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Ms. Robinson? Good evening, Ms. Robinson.
Good evening. I am not a resident of Rutherford County. I'm actually McDowell County. I am Lisa Robinson. I served as the principal of McDowell Early College for 19 years. And so we were right behind REACH when we started the early college movement back in 2005 and 6. REACH was 2005, and we came along in 2006. I've seen firsthand, I listened to these students, these teachers. I've seen firsthand what a high-performing early college can do for students, families, and communities. That's why I'm here tonight. I'm passionate about early colleges. And because I believe closing REACH Early College High School would be devastating for this community. You look across the state and you see how many early colleges are successful. When someone told me this, I thought, that's not possible. Why would anybody think about closing an early college? Because that's your only A school in your community. They're successful. Why would you look there? Anyway, since 2005, REACH has been more than a school. It's been a promise to the young people of Rutherford County, a promise that hard work and opportunity can open doors that once seemed impossible to obtain, especially for those students out here that are first generation or are economically deprived, just to be honest. They're underrepresented populations. REACH has delivered. Let me be clear, it's not just a good school. My goodness, it's a great school. For 14 consecutive years, all these things that you've already heard, 100% graduation rate. One thing that, I look at statistics, and I always use this number because it's very important with your ICC president here. 95% of these students earn an associate's degree. That is 3 times higher than the national average, and it's 20 times higher than a traditional high school student earning their associate's degree. In a county where only 20% of your adults have a college, a bachelor's degree, and McDowell County is lower than that, so I get it. REACH is changing the trajectory for students, for families, and this entire community. And let's talk about the numbers. I hear that there's a $6 million shortfall. The state of North Carolina provides $275,000 additional dollars for REACH because of the 055 funding. The principal's salary is it's a allotted position. You don't have to use local funding for that. And if you think about it, I know that I reached out to the community with the homeschoolers, with the students that were maybe in a charter school or a private school, and that brought money into McDowell County schools because that ADM was not there before. And I had about 25% of those students. That was $500,000 a year. And I'm sure Mr. McClooney did the same thing. You of course take the students that apply, but that brings money into a school system. So the bottom line is, what is the dollar amount that is REACH going to save? Because I know it's not $6 million. So that's a question that these parents and students should be asking, is what is that dollar amount that closing REACH will meet? Anyway, I had a lot more.
That's
but
right. Thank you, Ms. Robinson.
You.
Thank you. Michaela Hall? Michaela? Good evening.
So, of course, me and a lot of people here would like REACH to stay open for the foreseeable future. However, I'm here to fight for this year's senior class. The class of 2026 has already put so much time and effort into 3 years of a specific personalized schedule to graduate with their high school diploma and associate's degree. Some of us have never even stepped into our district high schools, so not only would it be completely new, but who are we to know how different our graduation plan will be? Will our college credits even transfer? Starting over during what is supposed to be the best year of our high school lives will cause so much confusion and extra stress, especially when this is the year we're planning our pathways to our futures, applying to colleges, and figuring out what we're doing once we reach adulthood. The class of 2026 has already had it rough, specifically throughout COVID. We had to leave school halfway through our 6th grade year and go completely online. 7th grade was halfway in school and halfway out, and it was only halfway into 8th grade that masks were no longer mandatory. COVID years were completely out of school board's control, but this decision can be in your control, and we ask that you try your absolute best to give us one more normal year at least. We don't want to have to uproot our lives and navigate new schools 2 years in a row once we go to our universities. There are definitely some students attending REACH who will not be able to be capable of switching and adapting this quickly to a new school, and it could truly ruin some of their futures, and it wouldn't even be something that they can control. Now, regarding the upcoming sophomores and juniors, it would be amazing to find a way for them to have time to graduate as well before REACH closes, as they have worked hard too. So anything that you can do to find a way to budget this money differently to help us stay open, it would be very beneficial to everyone here at REACH. Thank you for your time and your careful consideration.
Thank you all. Carly? Good evening.
Hi, I'm Carly, and I am a senior at REACH. And I was so pessimistic first starting out about going to REACH.
Take your time.
I wasn't very open to it, but my dad pushed me, and I'm so thankful that he did. Because I have met so many amazing people, and people that I never thought that I'd be friends with. And I'm so sad to think that I will have to leave REACH and graduate somewhere else instead of being able to walk the stage with the people that I've met now and with the teachers that push me now and that my dad, who has kept me at REACH and who have helped me move through my school year at REACH. I'm so thankful for them. And I hope that you take this into consideration and all the people that I've spoke tonight about REACH. I want to thank all the teachers that I've had because they have helped me so much. Ms. Short, who's no longer at REACH, who was my math teacher who I've never really been good with math, she helped me the most. And I'm so thankful for her, along with Miss Leslie and Miss Ledbetter and Mr. Decaf. Thank you so much for listening to everyone tonight and taking this into consideration.
Thank you. Kelly Wiggin. Good evening, Ms. Wiggin.
With only 2 days to prepare, I don't have normally the statistics, numbers, and everything else I would have liked to have had done. But I do want the public to hear some of these numbers that they're not finding easily. I've spoken for hours now with people at NCDPI. I don't ever just take one side. I'm not going to listen just to what the school board's excuses are. I'm not going to listen to what the commissioner's excuses are. At the end of the day, our kids are being used as pawns. It's like watching two parents squabble over money. And they're who we're fighting over. They're the future. My kid was up here. When we got this news, we were in between pre-med programs on the eastern side of the state, who, by the way, could not believe it when we told them we just got this news. They'd say, you gotta be kidding me, who does that? Rutherford County who does that. And if they're not the only ones that's shocked by this, just so everyone knows, we're now international news. It's now made the news in India. The ridiculousness of this situation. No matter who's at fault. I don't care who's at fault. I really don't. My kid's on track. She absolutely plans to be a transplant surgeon one day. Why in the world would she come back and raise her family here if her kids can't get a good opportunity? This opportunity is unique. If we just take the emotion out, which is hard, you got 200 broken promises here. It's a fiduciary duty. These kids started a path. They made a choice based on a promise from you guys in the county, everybody. They've done their part. And now we're gonna go, oh, just kidding. We're gonna renege on ours because we couldn't figure out math. Let's talk about math. The lady was correct. I confirmed it with the state level. $275,000 is given to this county for that. So whatever number, I've heard the estimates around 600 to 700,000 that gets saved, that's like 10% of your problem here. So we're gonna target that school, the only school that gets an A on the report card, that costs the least to operate. She told me, I've already verified, ICC doesn't charge for this. This doesn't make sense mathematically, financially. This is the last one. Why would you look at the smallest thing in the budget to cut that unless it's to cause pain? I mean, maybe we're just supposed to pour out our emotions to make the commissioners feel bad, and it's all a game. But they're gonna pay for it, and the math doesn't make sense. You got 44 kids that's never been in Rutherford County schools. They're not coming back. My kid's not coming back. You're gonna lose about 400,000 right off the bat from kids who are not coming back. They're not. So there's 400,000, there's 275,000 from the state. Rutherford also spends the least amount on the kids at Reach versus the kids at RS and Chase by like $3,000 to $5,000. So why aren't we looking at those schools? How did Reach get on the chopping block? The smallest, the best. And I don't mean to be bragging, but they've worked for it. They got you your A, the only A in this county.
Thank you, Ms. Wiggins. Emma Millard. Good evening, Emma.
Good evening, school board members and Dr. Sutton. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Emma Millard and I'm a rising senior at Reach. To me, Reach is more than a cost-saving item on a budget. It's a life-changing opportunity, one I wouldn't have received at any other school. This school has given me experiences and support that are truly unique. From the amazing teachers who are always willing to drop what they're doing to help, to a student body that makes everyone feel welcome, Reach is a place where students thrive. The past 3 years have been the best of my educational journey, and I wouldn't trade them for anything. When I first heard that Reach might be closing, I was heartbroken. I couldn't believe that there was a possibility I wouldn't be able to graduate or finish my senior year where I began. Even more heartbreaking is the thought that future students in this county may never have the chance to benefit from this program. That's not just sad, it's unfair. It's also unfair to us seniors. We've worked hard, supported one another, and dreamed to graduate together. Instead, we're now being asked to leave our school and start over during our final year. A couple of weeks ago, I was waiting on my date to take my senior pictures, getting excited about my senior year. Now, the past few days, me and my parents have been deciding how I'm going to graduate high school. Will I have my senior pictures? Will I graduate from the school I've spent 3 years at? Will I be forced to graduate from a school I've never set foot in, even though I have done everything right? I can't speak for every student in the class of 2026, but I can say for myself that I will not attend one of the 3 traditional high schools. As you make your decision tonight, I urge you, please think about the students who will be hurt by this choice. We are more than numbers, we are students, and this school is our home. Lastly, to the Board of Education and the County Commissioners, with the exception of Commissioner Haynes, Reach is tied with one other school in the state with a 100% graduation rate. On your watch, you are letting a school with a perfect graduation rate fail. It's disappointing that the adults entrusted with leading our community can't come together and have a conversation and find solutions to the issues that impact us all, especially our students. Instead, it seems easier to trade insults and let the students bear the consequences. Our students deserve better. We deserve leaders who will lead together. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. Jordan Waters. Good evening, Ms. Waters.
So my name's Jordan Waters, and I'm one of the original REACH. I don't really do public speaking much, but so I'm a business owner, been in business for over 10 years, and I can thank REACH for that. Went to Gardner Webb, prepared me, and I have 7 employees, so I help the economy, and if you take REACH away, you could technically hurt this economy too. And I know we have a business owner on this board, and you don't just get in debt that much overnight. It's a steady thing. And also being in business, I've learned that you pivot, you don't just close. And yes, it's challenging, but it's also doable. And I wouldn't close REACH because then this economy in this county could take a major hit if you close it.
Thank you, Mr. Waters. Jonathan? Wasn't sure about that last name. Eplin. Good evening, Mr. Eplin.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Eplin. I graduated REACH in 2013. Barely. What a lot of these folks haven't told you, I'm sure they're a lot smarter than I used to be when I was in high school. I didn't try very hard. I had a lot of fun though. And going to REACH did help me. I was able to earn that associate's degree. I walked into an enlistment with 2 stripes on my arm. It took other service members 3 years just to get those. After that, I've landed back in Rutherford County. By choice, I moved here just so my kids may have the same opportunity. I now currently run the 2nd largest data center infrastructure system in the county behind Meta. I wouldn't be where I'm at without going to the school that I did go to. Thank you.
Thank you for your service. Sydney? Good evening, Sydney.
Ooh, hello. Alrighty. Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak on the possible closure of Rutherford Early College High School. My name is Sydney Cottle, and I am a dual enrollment counselor at Spartanburg Community College. In my current position as a dual enrollment counselor, I meet with students daily to help them determine what college courses they're interested in. Many come in anxious for a meeting and very nervous about the possibility of taking college courses with real adults. However, when I tell them that I've been in their shoes, I see their shoulders relax and they begin to trust me a bit more. I am a graduate of Rutherford Early College High School class of 2016, and these student meetings are not my first experience with dual enrollment. Dual enrollment is defined as a program in which high school students take college courses and earn both high school and college credit at the same time. These types of programs have gained traction nationwide, and it is estimated that 1 in 3 students take a college course during high school. REACH is our hometown version of dual enrollment, which has graduated hundreds of first-generation, low-income, and minority students since opening its doors in 2005. I fear that if REACH closes, there will be countless other first-generation, low-income, and minority students that will never have the opportunity to go to college without REACH as a stepping stone. Sorry, I had more, but I had to type it out. Although I am here tonight in the hopes that this closure will not happen, I have an alternative option to put forward if it does. My alternative is to suggest adding more dual enrollment options in all high schools. After doing some research, RS Central is the only school in the county with a defined plan that allows students to obtain an associate's while staying at their high school. If you plan to take this opportunity away from current and prospective REACH students, I think it is only fair to give them a viable alternative in its place. This option could also benefit traditional high school students that may not have been interested in REACH their freshman year, but are seeking more academic opportunities and rigor in 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. On a more personal note, during my first employee evaluation at SEC just last week, my director stated that my experience as a first-generation student and an early college graduate have drastically improved our success as a department. I can confidently say that REACH is the reason for my past and current achievements. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cottle. Jason Cottle? Good evening.
Hey, good evening. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jason Cottle. I am an alumnus of Rutherford Early College High School, class of 2014. I'm also an educator in South Carolina. I came here tonight to talk about REACH and what it's meant to me and hopefully make a case against its closure. There's a lot that I don't know about this situation. I don't know the primary cause or causes of the budget deficit. I'm not familiar with the cost-saving strategies you've implemented or in which areas cuts can still be made. I don't know what determining factors led you to select these schools for closure. What I do know is that a closure of REACH would be a mistake. A 2024 study from the University of Chapel Hill, sampling over 400,000 North Carolina students, found that early college high school students compared to traditional high school students graduated with more college credits, maintained a higher GPA in college, and were more likely to attain a bachelor's degree or higher, especially so in STEM-related fields. Moreover, traditionally underrepresented students were even more likely to benefit from access to an early college. Black and Hispanic students were more than twice as likely to attain a bachelor's degree in a STEM field after attending an early college. Economically disadvantaged students also demonstrated higher than average chances of degree attainment. Cooperative, innovative high schools like REACH are growing in number across the country because students, educators, and parents can see the benefits. There's over 100 in North Carolina alone. To close this school would be a step backwards for this county, removing an opportunity from students compared to those in other counties. To speak anecdotally for a moment, REACH was a saving grace for me as a teen. I went through some challenging years, and the small, tight-knit school with caring teachers and professors was all that kept me from burning out completely. In the end, I only graduated by the skin of my teeth and didn't earn my associate's degree like my peers. But REACH did teach me about the value of higher education, although I wasn't mature enough to realize it at the time. Eventually, I transferred those credits and finished my associate's degree, then my bachelor's. Last month, I received my master's, and soon I'll be pursuing my PhD. Without REACH, I don't know where I'd be. Please don't deny the children of this county the same opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cottle. Aiden Wheeler? Okay, thank you. Eric? Onesta? Good evening, Mr. Onesta.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Eric Onesto, and I also am a senior, hopefully going to REACH. And to some people, they would see REACH as just a school, but I can promise you with all my heart that it's more than just a school. It's a community, a family, and a place where us students have been seen, supported, and have believed in since we've entered. The atmosphere's REACH is also something that just can't be replicated anywhere. Our teachers, for example, will explain the curriculum the best I've ever seen in any school. They will personally help you with any questions you have, but they will also help you with any personal problems that you have as well. For example, whenever Hurricane Helene hit, I remember we had a few days out of school, but then when we came back, every single day, the teachers would be telling us if we were okay at home, if we had electricity, running water, food, and if we didn't have water or food, they would personally go and try to get us those resources if we needed them. And that kind of humility, that kind of compassion just isn't found anywhere. And it's not just the teachers, but the students as well. The students at REACH are also very wonderful. When I first came to REACH for the open house, I sat down at one table, I looked to my left, there was a student there, we're like, hey, and now we're best buds. And that just shows how great the atmosphere is. You can just like look at someone, say hi, and you will get to know them for the rest of your life. REACH is also one of the reasons why I have been able to expand my friend group across many different schools and has been able to reunite with people I thought I would never be able to see again in my life. The academics at REACH are also a huge reason why it's so great. Because it's an early college, we're able to receive real college-level education while still being in high school. This means that we're both being challenged and we're also being prepared in ways many students our age aren't able to get. We're able to walk into the future with confidence rather than fear because we've been prepared for what college expects. With this, I ask all of you today, don't take it away. Closing down Reach wouldn't be just closing in the building, but it would be disrupting futures, and it would be dismantling a family. You'd be cutting off the next generation of doctors, lawyers, engineers, scientists, and leaders that come from a place that helped shape them. Please keep Reach alive, not just for us, but also for those who are next to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Nestor. Peyton Jones? Good evening, Ms. Jones.
Forgive me if I stutter.
Go right ahead.
I'm a little nervous. It's all right.
You're fine.
You expressed that your number one goal is to eliminate opportunity gaps by 2027. For you to sit up here and say that you want to get rid of opportunity gaps and then discuss getting rid of one of the biggest opportunities in North Carolina is a level of hypocrisy I didn't even know was possible. Reach is not only an opportunity to grow academically, it's an opportunity to grow socially. I remember my 8th grade year, I would skip class constantly. I'd fake sick just to get out, and I picked up really bad habits. Smoking. Yeah. I remember the day I got my acceptance letter, I was actually faking sick, believe it or not. And I had come home, and there was this big orange envelope in our mailbox. And I remember just thinking, oh, I'm gonna go in there, and it's gonna be hard, it's gonna be difficult, and I'm gonna hate it, the same way I do every other class. And when I got there, it wasn't like that. It was actually one of the greatest things I've ever experienced. I met some of my bestest friends there. I met some of the greatest teachers. I even met Coach, and he's awesome. I love this school, and everyone else here does too. And my siblings love this school. They want to go there. My nephews and nieces want to go there. Everyone here is talking and is going to talk. They fought for their spot here, and they wanted to be here, and we're going to continue to fight for it every day until we get it back or until we find another opportunity just as similar. I met my family here. I met some of the greatest people I'm ever going to meet, and the opportunities that I've gotten, such as Science Academy, I recently just went there because of Reach. I love my friends, like they're my sisters. Even Reagan. I hate that guy. I love my teachers because they've helped me improve in ways I didn't even know was possible. They pushed me to be the best person I could possibly be. Teachers like Mr. DiCaprio and Miss Ledbetter and Miss Leslie and Miss Short, even though she's not here. Teachers like Miss Price. Teachers like, I think that's it, actually. So please reconsider your options. Reach is like my second home, and I would like to continue going for my sake and for everyone else's.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Mr. Chairman, young lady that just spoke, I bet my list of bad habits are longer than yours.
Zoe? Good evening, Ms. Johnson.
Good evening. I wanted to speak about Reach and my experience here. Reach isn't just a school, it's a community. As an upcoming junior, I've been at Reach for 2 years and heard about it for much longer. My sister. Ever since I was in 6th grade, I've heard about how amazing Reach is. To have been able to experience for myself, it has been an absolute honor. Reach has its own culture to it. The small environment and the amount of people there make it such an easy place to learn in and create friends and a family. Since being at Reach, my grades have improved. I had a C average in middle school. I've now got mostly A's and rarely a B. And I've become more outspoken. For North Carolina to be such a big thing on education, with some of the most colleges in the United States, I found it absolutely insane for you to even consider taking out Reach, being one of the most graduated schools in Rutherford County. It's one of our best schools that we have, and it's crazy to me. Absolutely crazy. All the family that we've created and the friends that we have created Reach into being such a beautiful space and somewhere where I would like to send my children one day, if I have any, probably not. But it's such a beautiful environment that should continue to grow and shimmer, whatever.
Flourish.
Flourish, that's it, thank you. And as a school, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Tracy? Good evening.
Good evening. Let's see if I can get through this. My son has been accepted into the REACH program this year. This past year has spent his time at the Rock. He was put in the Rock because he was being bullied, and he fought back. He was not standing it anymore. And going to the Rock, I was afraid that he was gonna get in trouble again. I was afraid of him being picked on, but he didn't. He found a family there. And he made it through, and his grades flourished. He did so good, I couldn't believe it. Then he got accepted into the REACH program, and we were so excited. And I'm listening to these children talk about this program. The more I listen, the more I want him to go there. I want him to be a part of that family. So please, please, do not take it away from him and these other children. They have worked so hard. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan? Not sure about that last name.
I think that was my dad. He left for work.
Okay, thank you. Sarah? Sarah? Here she comes. Is it Jenkins?
Yes.
Good evening, Ms. Jenkins.
I didn't expect to come up to speak tonight. I came here to watch the decision and hope that you wouldn't close REACH. But seeing everyone's support, I decided to come speak tonight, and I pray to God that you did not walk through these doors before making a decision. I pray to God that you did not decide to close something so special to people before hearing everyone speak about it tonight. Because REACH, I didn't originally get in. I applied, and all my friends did, and I settled for normal high school. But I was given a spot later on, and I took the leap, and I was able to experience something so beautiful and helpful to me as a student. I did all right in high school. I did great, but REACH was it for me. REACH was it. There's nothing like REACH in the county. Everyone who I've talked to after hearing this possible decision has said, why would they close it? This is the best thing in the county that we have. And I hope that you take the leap for REACH, because why wouldn't we take the leap for you? Everyone here has taken the leap to come out tonight. Parents, children, alumni, everyone is here tonight for REACH. We want to take the leap. We're here to take the leap. I've never seen a board meeting this stacked full. The upstairs where me and my mother were sitting, we are slam-packed full. We had to grab more chairs. Everyone is here for REACH. We want you to be here for us too. We want you to be for REACH. And if you decide to close REACH, I don't see myself living in this county. Even though I'm an alumni and it doesn't technically matter to me anymore, REACH is important for students and REACH is important for the community we have here.
Why would first-generation students take the leap for you if you decide to close REACH? Why would people who were bullied in middle school take the leap for you if you decide to close REACH? REACH is important to all of us, and we want to be here. We want this good thing to happen so the community can grow, so that the community can stay strong the way it has continued to stay strong. REACH is special, and it is a key part of our community, and we want to be here. It is clearly beneficial for the students, for the educators, for alumni, for people coming back to the county who felt that REACH was so special and their experience was so special that they decided to come back and live here instead of somewhere else. North Carolina is quickly becoming a retirement state. Rutherford County even more so. Why would we want to come back here if you wouldn't support us? Why can't I just live in Charlotte or live somewhere half across the country? I chose to be here, and I chose to continue to live here because I love REACH. I graduated with my high school degree in 2023. I graduated this spring semester with my bachelor's degree at UNC Charlotte, and I'm going further for a master's degree just because I want to come back here. Because REACH kind of fostered that love for education, love for learning, and everything I am today. So
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Katie? Good evening, Ms. Pratt.
Thank you guys for your time today. My name is Katie Pratt. I'm a mom of 4, all who attend a Rutherford County school. I'm also a substitute teacher. I have been since 2021. My oldest daughter is a sophomore or a rising sophomore at REACH this year. My youngest 3 attend Forest Hunt, which thankfully is not on the chopping block tonight. The opportunity for my daughter to attend REACH was a dream come true for our family and for her. She has benefited from the smaller class sizes and the more studious environment. I could go on and on about how wonderful REACH is tonight, but you guys already know it. And there's no way I can top the testimonies that have happened here tonight. What I do want to talk about is the impact on the county and our schools that you may not have thought of. My husband was born and raised here in Rutherford County. I moved here from Cleveland County 11 and a half years ago. It was important to us that our children attend Rutherford County schools because of what they had to offer. A few months ago, my husband changed jobs after nearly 9 years. The issue with that is it's not local. He supports 3 different job sites, one being 47 minutes away, the second being an hour and 4 minutes away, and the third being an hour and 37 minutes away. This last week, he's put 600 miles on his car alone, just in the last week. Now, when he got hired on, they offered us a pretty generous relocation package. We declined it. We declined it for a few reasons, one being we just bought our house in 2015 and we love it, and the location of being right in the middle of our beautiful town. Another reason being our ties to the community. But most importantly, we declined it because we didn't want to take away the opportunities that REACH had to offer to our oldest. Honestly, that's the whole main reason. If REACH closes, we will be relocating. That's our tax dollars, city and county, because we live in town. The money that a family of 6 generates towards local businesses, trust me, it's a lot. 4 kids leaving Rutherford County schools. And I know that we can't be the only family that's leaving the county due to school closures. Should we not be doing things to encourage families to stay, or even encouraging more families to move here? Is that not how we grow our community and generate more income for our county? I understand that the funding isn't there, but have we truly exhausted all options? Have we honestly applied for any and all funding and grants possible? I hate for our beautiful community to begin to crumble because we've chased away future generations by not supporting them here and now. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Pratt. Keith? Good evening, Mr. Parker.
Good evening. I didn't come prepared because this was a shock to me, but my son attends REACH, and I'm standing in for him because he couldn't be here tonight. I'll say that I was born and raised in this county, and I've been through the school system here years ago, as you could tell, because I have no hair left, and what I do have is gray. So I've been through the school system here, and I remember when we were the importance, doing what's right for the kids. You know, and when my son was in middle school, I had to go to middle school about every 2 weeks because he does have autism. Very smart, but sometimes he just has to be specifically told things. I tried to get this through with 504 and it failed. But the day he started Reach, I've told him once, he's a junior and he's excelling, and he struggled in the public school system because all I heard from the teachers was, I don't have time because I have 28 students. That was a quote from one teacher. So what's it gonna do if we disperse them now into other schools? Now they're gonna have 48 students. They're not gonna have time. Those students are gonna fall through the cracks. He's on pace to do what he's supposed to do. And I know I've seen many people here I recognize, business owners. I've been in management myself, and I know economy's been tough for years. We've heard the success stories. One, I don't know the lady, but 23 years old and she has a master's degree. Do we say that from any other high schools? No. Success stories, 100% graduation. And for you business owners, when you have to make cutbacks, when I had to make cutbacks, we never put the top performer at the top of the list. Not one time. If anybody's ever had to lay anybody off, if you've ever put the top performer up there, you was the next one that was going to fail. The only thing it takes for good people to fail is to stop trying. We can't stop trying. You can't, the county commissioners, I don't know what's going on, but they can't tell us we don't have the money. They just haven't allocated it, or something's wrong somewhere. Because if you're a homeowner, everybody's taxes almost doubled. And Reach was going before that happened. Now there's that much more money. Where is it? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Adriana or Adrian? I apologize, I couldn't make out the last name. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. How are you? My name is Adrian Michelli Trask, and I am speaking in proxy for a graduate student here, and she wanted me to read this to you. My name is Emily Cole, and I am a proud graduate of Rutherford Early College High School. Although I couldn't attend the meeting tonight, I felt it crucial to have my voice heard because I know how deeply important Reach is, both to students and our community. Reach is not a traditional high school, and that is what makes it so meaningful. It gave me the rare chance to earn both my high school diploma and my associate degree at the same time. Because of the school's smaller size, I experienced real connection. I wasn't just another face in the crowd. I knew my classmates, and more importantly, my teachers knew me. They cared and supported me. That kind of personalized education where students are seen, heard, encouraged, and validated doesn't exist everywhere, but it does exist at Reach. Growing up in poverty, in a single-parent household, I didn't have the resources others might take for granted. At Reach, the textbooks, supplies, and support I needed for college classes were provided at no cost, and that made all the difference in the world. Closing Reach would mean taking these opportunities away from other bright, determined individuals that deserve the chance to break cycles and build their futures. Reach changed my life. I hope others will be given the chance to say the same. And as speaking for Emily, I just want to say thank you very much for listening, and we appreciate it.
Thank you. I've got nothing. Grandview Drive? Oh. no way that says roads.
I'm gonna be honest. I was really angry, but I just want to say thank you to Ms. Ledbetter and Mr. DeCap because they are the ones that have me crying in the back, and that's a testimony for how impactful their education is. Overwhelming sorrow. That's how I feel standing here tonight. Because Reach isn't just a school, it's the reason why I'm here at all. I remember being a preteen in Chase Middle High School gym when Mr. McClooney and the Reach team came in to speak. Like any kid, I wasn't paying that much attention until they said the two words that changed my life: free college. I immediately ran home to my mom and I told her, don't worry, I'm gonna save you $60,000. Little did I know how real that statement was gonna be until after I got my student loan statements. But the truth is, I don't know if I'd have my degree today without Reach. I don't know if I'd had the job I've had, the skills that I used to give back to this community, or the courage to be here standing fighting for what's right. Reach didn't just teach me, it raised me. The teachers didn't just lecture, they loved. Mrs. Ledbetter taught me to think critically. Mr. DiCaprio loaned me my first tie for presentation. Mrs. Lambert steadied me up as freshman year. Miss Lauder picked me up in the snowy mornings during school. Even stopped by Mr. McClooney's house stopped by Mr. McClooney's office whenever his cows escaped to make sure that he was cared for as well. I'll never forget Frankie, a classmate whose ADHD was so severe, teachers warned him he might lose a child at college. But instead of letting him fall behind, we rallied behind him. Study groups turned into lifelines. Notes were shared before dawn. We didn't do it because we had to. We did it because Reach taught us that no one gets left behind. That's the culture this school builds, not just scholars, families, and leaders. That's why I'm here tonight. When I called my classmates, some I haven't spoken to in years, every single one of them answered. Some wrote speeches, others weren't able to show up, but you did hear from them tonight, as in the previous speaker. Because Reach makes us leaders. It turns scared kids into advocates. It turns at risk into at promise. So I beg you, don't see this as a budget line, see this as a lifeline. Every dollar saved by Reach will cost tenfold. It's a lost and potential, shattered future, and kids who will never get the chance I did. I stand here today because of Reach, and my question is, who won't stand here if we close it down? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Sarah? Dossett? Mr. Bradley, anything? Okay. Move on down, I believe, maybe Brittany? Good evening, Brittany.
Good evening. My name is Brittany Mills. Sorry, I'm a little short here, guys. My name is Brittany Mills. I'm a class of 26. I have so much to say regarding Reach, but it's overwhelming. My brothers, both of my brothers graduated from the Rock. My brother Michael Mills, he graduated last year, 2024, and then my older brother Jonathan Mills about 7 years ago. My aunt works for Mount Vernon-Ruth as a TA, and she's went back to school to get her degree to be a teacher at Mount Vernon-Ruth. So it hurts my heart. Reach isn't just a regular high school, and I'm sure you've heard by now it is a family. We do things that nobody ever gets to do. We go on college trips. We have the Passing of the Torch. We have donated so much to the ovarian cancer. And also, as a freshman, I went in there, I think it was the day of freshman orientation, I got a call that I was accepted in the Reach. Little did I know when I walked in the doors of Reach High School, I was pregnant. Now I have a 2-year-old daughter, 2.5, will be 3 in January. If it wasn't for all the support of all the teachers in here and the faculty and staff of Reach and isothermal, that wouldn't have happened. I wouldn't have made it through high school, and I wouldn't be standing here today talking to you about how our school needs to be saved. I can't stress it enough how much our school means to me. And everybody in this room should know that you're not only putting our school at risk, but you're putting families and families and families in this room at risk. Because not only is that, now we have to find our place in society after we've already had 3 years worth of time and effort put into this school. It's overwhelming, and I've been stressed about this ever since my uncle told me that this was happening. But I pray that y'all make the right decision. I hope you make the right decision, because there isn't a good decision, there isn't a right decision, but I pray you make the right decision for Reach. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mills. Jackson? Russell? Good evening, Mr. Russell.
Good evening. My name is Jackson Russell. I am a going-on senior at Reach Early College, and I've come up here not with a lot of information because I'm not one of the most educated individuals, but I am one of the most flame-hearted individuals. I am a big victim to MDD, military deployment displacement. Every single year I can remember in my education career, I never stayed at the same school for more than one. Every year I was moved due to my dad's deployment, due to my mom and my dad having a divorce, due to every single issue that's ever come in my life, like ATP, acute tuberculosis pneumonia, which took me out of school and into homeschool environments. It was only when I came into Reach and this early college and this community that I learned that this is where I have to stay. I looked my dad in the face, who was like, "I'm ready for you to live with me," and I told him, "No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna stay here at this school because all these people, every single one of you that I've ever met in this school, you brilliant mind, you Lyra, everyone here has always proven to me that there are better minds and there are better people who are in this school and in this system who are worth fighting for. So now that my feet are planted, I am ready to fight for every single person, every single family, every single dollar. And there is no way I would ever let every single person in here down by not coming up here and spreading my voice today. There is not a single reason that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 brilliant people who are elected and put on this board of education cannot think of a better way to save these intricate and delicate people who are the future to Rutherford Early College and Rutherford County and the world itself. We have developed beautiful people and brilliant people in this community. And when you look at the people in these eyes and you come to your decision, I implore you the importance of how every single person's lives, career, spiritualness, and everything else that comes with a person's lives rides on this decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mariah Elliott. Yes, good evening, Miss Elliott.
First and foremost, I want to express how I'm thankful for this opportunity to talk to you guys. Reach is not just a school, it's a family and a community. We constantly strive to push ourselves beyond the comfort zones and achieve success. The staff at Reach is not just there to teach. They're there to guide us, and they are really there for our success. I graduated from Reach in 2020, and my experience has shaped me into the person I am today. It taught me to be confident, step out of my comfort zone, and strive for greatness. I met my husband at Reach. We've been married for 2 years with 2 beautiful children. If it hadn't been because of Reach, we probably wouldn't have met because of cliques that other schools have. Now, let's talk about the benefits of Reach, not just for me. I personally have witnessed children in foster care who struggle to find their way and have low self-esteem and motivation, believing that they were destined for failure. But when they came to Reach, their lives changed dramatically. They now want to succeed, find their place in the world, and most importantly, they want to get a voice. Graduating with that head start, knowing that they can finish school and not be stuck working at a fast food restaurant. The thing I'm trying to convey is that while we want kinds of the community to stop, we want kids in the community, to stop doing drugs and go to college, we shouldn't take away this amazing program and force them to attend other schools where the main focus is on finishing high school and hoping they'll go to college next. We also need to address the issues of packed classes and students who might not strive to have the same interest and motivation as others. We shouldn't force them to conform to what we expect them to be. Instead, we should allow them to explore, gain a taste of college, and be guided by teachers and staff to show them that it's not as scary as they think. Furthermore, we should set them up for after graduation by considering the transferability of their classes and colleges to the colleges where all of this information they have learned from REACH is applied. It's scary doing it all by yourself, especially if you're the first time attending college in a family. So, my question to you is it worth taking this school away and giving up the opportunity to break the cookie cutter mold and ensure that the children of today and the future have the motivation and knowledge to succeed their lives after graduation? Or is it worth leaving them in the dark and simply saying, we did our job and that's what it was to get you through high school, don't look at us for anything else? Because if so, and if you really care, then you need to think about all of these people and everything they have said in this room. I couldn't be up here talking if it wasn't for public speaking, which is a college class, and Mr. DCAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Emmett. The public hearing for REACH is still open. Anyone else going to speak? Okay. Shh. Listen. What's your name?
Hi, I'm Karina Waters.
Good evening, Ms. Waters.
Hello. Sorry I had to race up here before I got too chicken to do it. So I am an alumni of REACH from the class of 2012 and a mother of a 1-year-old. And I'm a business owner alongside my husband in this county, Jordan Waters, who spoke earlier. But putting the business aside, my passion lies as an animal rescue advocate and volunteer in this county. This passion was fueled within REACH, where the faculty showed us how we could shape not only our own futures, but the future of the community. Last month, there was an exciting change in our community, the opportunity for a passionate group to lead the animal shelter. For them to protect the innocent lives of animals in our county through their own passion. But merely a month later, the county is bombarded by a declaration to harm the only other innocent lives in our county, the children. These children may not all be able to voice their own opinions, however, that's where we all come in. I propose to allow the passionate people here who have all spoken to help lead your decision into a positive decision. As we drive through this county, we can all see it growing, from the construction to the businesses, all the new roads. But what good is all of that if our ethics to protect the innocent are not first and foremost?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
My name's Brandy Newberry. I'm not a native Rutherford County resident. I have not had public speaking, which is a freshman class. Good job. My daughter is an uprising senior. Her name is Morgan. This school has been nothing but helpful for her. She, at this point, has resided to having to go back to East, but she deserves better. If you can't take money from different things, these children don't need iPads. They need papers and textbooks. Bonuses don't need to be given out. It needs to be put into the programs that need it. You're cutting your children's education out to line your pockets. Let's find the money someplace else. Keep the schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. I'm Landon, and first off, I want to thank everybody in here, teachers, adults, students that are in here and speaking up for any school, any classroom in general. Thank you very much. You know, being in here today, I've been thinking a lot. Like, when I go back to East, if Reach closes, will I be accepted? Will I be shunned? I don't know. Not at all, no. I actually met someone who's gotten accepted into Reach, but that might fall through. I really want to mentor him as a senior. I want to do my part, but I might not get that opportunity. There's a nightmare that I had as well. I was walking on stage, about to get my diploma and my 2-year associates. I looked to my left and right, see my friends, but they're not there. It's people that I don't know, people that don't care about me, people who don't want to get to know me, not at all, because there's not enough time. Everyone is here. I mean, just seriously, look at how many people are in this line to talk about Reach, a school. Kids don't like school. When I was in middle school, I didn't like school. Do you see this? They are here because they are fighting for what they want. That is a better education. That is what they want to thrive in. That is for the people that they care about. Please, please, don't close Reach.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Bill Hamby, and I'm here tonight to give a little bit of personal feeling to this. For me, every single school year, the impending idea of a new year has felt like facing a train while tied to the tracks. From 5th grade to all the way up to 8th grade, I was in danger of failing almost every class, and the school was like the worst place on earth, with the exception of freshman year. When I came to Reach, I actually looked forward to it. I wanted to be here. This last semester, I was elected as the student of the semester. It was something I would never have imagined back then. This is something that everyone here is a proof of why this is not something that should be taken easily. And like the brilliant man said before me, you can look at everybody here. This is the proof of what this place is, how great this place is, and just how valuable everyone here is. This should not be taken lightly, and this is the success. They are the future. They say hindsight is 20/20, but that should not mean that foresight is blindness or impossible. Can you look back and say that all this was for nothing? I don't think you should. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bill. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello. My name is Lucas Shuey, and I'm a rising senior at Reach, early college high school. And like both of them who came before me, who just happened to be some of my great buddies that I met at Reach, all these great people here are here to fight for this great place that has brought so much happiness and more than that, success to the people that went to it. And that success gets filtered back into the county. And people, we are willing to give back to the county. We're willing to give back to you, but you've got to give us some stuff. You've got to throw us a bone. And I ain't been here very long. I'm only 17, but the fact that we even have to come here and discuss this, to me, is a great tragedy. Now, but you just have to throw us a bone. Give us something, and we will make sure this county thrives. Maybe the economic hardships that so many people have talked about before me will get a little bit better if we don't do this, in my opinion, very bad decision. Listen. I know money's tight. It always is, right? Money's always tight. But there are ways. You sell what you got to sell. You cut what you got to cut. But you never sacrifice your future for short-term money gain, ever. That is a fast track to failure. All right? Now, I appreciate you listening to me and all the people that came before me. Thank you, and good night.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Natalie Newton, and I just finished my sophomore year at Reach. In elementary school, I was a gifted child, as I'm told, and I looked forward to school every day. I loved it. Couldn't wait to go home and then get excited about going to school the next day again. Then in middle school, not so much, because kids started being mean to me, and they got on my nerves, and I got into arguments. And I figured high school would be the same. But then I was accepted into Reach. Reach has been the best thing to happen to me in a very long time. And it's an amazing school. The teachers are amazing. They care about every single one of the students. They think of us as family, and we can tell. And not only for the students that are going to Reach now, I want you to think about the future students, like my youngest brother. I want him to go to Reach because he's had a hard time in school. He's been bullied because he has autism. And I know that he would love Reach, and he's excited to go to Reach. So don't take that from him. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie.
I'm Wilsandra Hill, but I go by Welsie. And I'm going to be a junior at Reach. Well, I might not be because they're closing the schools. I wanted to go to Reach because I was scared of bullying. And whenever I heard about the college degree, I was thinking, hey, that's another thing to do. So whenever I started, everyone was nice. Everyone was nice, everyone was kind, and there wouldn't be one person that you wouldn't talk to that wouldn't stand up for you to be there. I would not be able to speak up right now if it wasn't because of a college class that I did in freshman year. All of these teachers I have personally gotten to know about through only 2 years. In math, I was the only sophomore in a room full of freshmen, but Miss Medford treated me like the same. All of us know each other because of how tight-knit we are. I didn't believe I was going to go to college, but Reach has made that my GPA go up. I have a chance to go to college because I'm at Reach. My boyfriend wants to go to Miami, and he's finished his math for high school and is going to be doing college math as a junior in college. That's what Reach is. So don't close down this school. You're going to lose many, if not all of us.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Bradley Arn, and I'm a rising senior at Reach. One of the many benefits that I have not heard talked about yet tonight about Reach, aside from the amazing associate's degree and the amazing sense of family and community, is the wisdom that the staff and teachers provide. I've actually gotten to recently benefit from this, and I haven't even actually I've stepped foot on a college campus in the forms of tours, but I recently toured NC State, which is recommended by the school. You're supposed to tour the college that you're interested in. But going through the guided tour, the tour guides were all very full of information, but I very quickly realized I'm learning a lot of the stuff I've already learned since freshman year in Reach. They teach you all about the financial aid, all about the application process, what makes a strong college application. And that wisdom is just stuff you can't find anywhere else. It is irreplaceable, and that is something that no other dual enrollment program can make up. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. Good evening.
Hi. So my name is Greg Thomas, and I pulled into my driveway at about 6:20 tonight at my house in Ruffton, and planned to watch this on TV with my kids like we've watched the rest of these. And then as I walked in the door, I realized that I can't look them in the face if I go to my kids and don't come in here and talk versus just listening to other people talk about this. I work in this community. I'm a working professional in this community. I'm also not from this community originally. I moved here about 4 years ago, and what it is, I chose to be in this community. I chose to come here and to bring my family here, and a big part of that was Reach and what it represents, not just for my kids, but what I thought it represented, which was a dedication to education in this community. And so, as I look at it, I want you to think about the fact that there are a lot of people who also look to come to this community, and this is going to send a message to them, and I think it makes it a choice that a lot of people are going to be less likely to make in the future if you make this call. I fear that you're going to take us down a path tonight that makes that choice less likely to be chosen. But tonight, you and our community face an inflection point. Your choice tonight isn't just about closing 3 schools. It's about the next 3 decades of education in this county. Your choice tonight is a hard one, and I don't envy you having to make hard choices. But I'm going to tell you now, closing the 3 schools isn't the hard choice. The hard choice is making the decision that our kids are worth going back to the drawing board and coming up with another answer. The hard choice is not just accepting that this is the way that it has to be. The hard choice is making the decision that you're going to stand up for what's right for our community and our future. And that's the choice that everybody here is asking you to make tonight. So please, please, prove us all wrong. Prove that the decision's not already made, and that you can make the hard choice for our future.
Thank you, Greg. Yeah.
Sorry.
That battery drop, Ms. Carpenter.
Hi, my name is Jeff Mayon. Greetings to the board, and thanks for hearing everybody out tonight.
Good evening, Jeff.
I'm a father of a recent graduate of REACH, and I'm a father of another hopeful graduate of REACH. I think I had a whole bunch of stuff written, but after this many people speaking, I end up repeating everything that everybody else already said. So it just comes down to common sense and what it's going to look like to the outside world and to the voting public if you close down the best school in our district. And I just ask you to try and find it somewhere else. There's got to be some other place. It's mathematically probably not even the best choice. There's a lot more facts out there that people have said, and I just urge you to please try and find some other place and getting rid of the best and the brightest. I mean, you've heard all these REACH students, both past and present, that have come up here and talked, and I mean, those are not normal kids. Those are exceptional kids. And those are the kind of kids that we want to grow into adults in our community and do things here. We want to keep those kind of kids here. We want to keep those kind of adults here. And that's what I'm hoping that you can find your way to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Amy Ledbetter. I literally have zero desire to speak in front of a group of people unless it is 20 plus fifth graders. But after listening earlier tonight, it seems some, not all, but many think that a plethora of choices remain for our school board. Some comments had a message that possibly the board or the commissioner still have other choices, and we are in the phase of weighing out all of our choices. To my understanding, we're far past that stage. RCS has done everything they can for years now to avoid these choices. The choice to adequately fund our school system was presented over and over again for months now. And in case people aren't aware, the only 2 department heads not invited to meet with the commissioners was our superintendent, Dr. Sutton, and Sheriff Ellenberg, 2 of the most influential department heads in our county. The county government chose not to adequately fund us, and now they have left you guys with limited but essentially no choice. Well, not any choice that will satisfy everyone or somehow make millions of dollars magically appear. As we all know, hard choices will have to be made since the money was denied to our kids by our local government. And at the end of the day, I know you guys will not make that decision lightly. If, as it was said, y'all's legacy will be the one where y'all are the board that closed a school or schools, the county manager and commissioner's roles that forced this decision better be at the forefront of that story when it's told. The county manager and commissioner's choices have left y'all with no choice, and that is not fair to y'all to bear this burden when there is money there. But I know y'all will do what is best for our system as a whole. Thank y'all all for all y'all have done and will do for our kids, even when it ends up being a less than desirable choice that you were forced into. But vote come November 2026. Vote. That's all you can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ledbetter. Good evening.
Good evening. I'd like to begin by stating how much REACH meant to me by looking past it.
I, in my college years, was told time and again by multiple professors I was the most naturally curious person they'd ever met. And that was because of this school. And it is a slap in the face that those above y'all have forced y'all to make such a tough decision that this meeting has had to occur. It hurts that this is here. I'm meant to be 3 hours away tonight, hanging with my friends that I made in those college years after Reach. But I am here to defend this because I care, because of the underfunding of our public school system here in this county.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Lisa. I'm a parent of a student at Reach.
Good evening, Lisa.
I'm speaking only of my experience. That's all I can. I'm a transient here. We moved here 2 years ago. I found myself about 4 years ago praying to put me in a safe place for my children. We traveled and we fell in love with Rutherford County because you all have seen the intelligence that every other state has looked over. My daughter has always been gifted, but was never noticed until we came to Rutherford County. I have another very gifted daughter coming up right behind her. We moved in February, and the only reason we stayed in Rutherford County is because of Reach. My daughter went from a shining bright light to going into a Rutherford County public school. It was a middle school. I watched my daughter's light dim. She withered away to nothing. My daughter's mental health was nowhere where it should be. I found out in June before she got accepted into Reach. I watched my daughter walk into Reach, and within 6 months, my baby was back. That's what these people do. They take the time to notice and to care and to be a parent with us. They're not just here for a paycheck. They're here to help us do this job.
Thank you, Lisa. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Anissa Hall. I am a rising senior at Reach. During my middle school years, I did not have the greatest experience, and I didn't really enjoy school all that much. And I did not have that much high hopes for high school, seeing as how middle school was for me. But then Reach came into view, and it became an opportunity for me. It meant that I could grow as a person. And my sister, twin sister, also got into Reach, which meant that I did not have to be separated from her and go through all 4 years of my high school life without her. And going to Reach changed things for me. I became a lot more confident, which is how I'm standing here now. Being at Reach made me feel seen. It helped me feel like I was not just another face in the crowd. My teachers and classmates knew me as a person, and I knew them. I felt more motivated to try for those people who took a chance on me, and I actually ended up enjoying learning. So the same way that I took a chance on Reach, I hope that you will also take a chance and keep Reach open for those who have worked hard to get here and for future generations who know they can get there too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of Fatima Ghalib. She wasn't able to be here tonight. She's a graduate of Reach in 2020. She says, as I reflect on my life, I constantly find myself revisiting the pivotal opportunities that have helped me achieve my goals and aspirations in life. One being the opportunity to attend Reach. Reach has not only provided me with the opportunity to get my AA while in high school, but has also prepared me with all the tools to complete both of my bachelor's and master's degrees. I truly believe that Reach opened doors for me that would not have been possible if I had went to a traditional high school. Additionally, the support from teachers like Mr. DiCaprio and Ms. Ledbetter was instrumental in shaping my academic and personal growth. Their guidance extended beyond the classroom, instilling in me a sense of confidence and resilience that I carry with me today. The guidance radiates through the entire high school. Now, the potential closure of Reach deeply concerns me. It would deprive future students of the unique advantages and nurturing environment that I benefited from. There is no other opportunity like this in our county. Therefore, I urge decision makers to consider the profound impact Reach has on its students and the community. and to explore all possible avenues to ensure its continued operation. Preserving REACH means preserving opportunities for countless young individuals to realize their full potential, just as I have. This potential is then applied and reinvested into our beloved county. The youth is our future, but more important than that, they are our right now. So let's protect them and set them on paths of success. Now me, I'm McKaylee. I also graduated in 2020. I work for UPS, and just earlier this week, I delivered 40 brand new chairs to Rutherford County Jail. I think funding can always be looked at and adjusted accordingly, and this is something that funding can be and should be shifted for. I already have a child of my own. You and I are responsible for paving the way for his future. People say all the time, wow, I wish I had an opportunity like REACH, but never have I imagined that I could potentially say, wow, I can't believe there isn't opportunities like this for my own child and the future generations of Rutherford County.
Thank you, Kaylee. Thanks. And if I see a couple in line that's already spoken, if you've already spoken during the public meeting or during the public hearing, then you can't speak again. But that's okay. I just wanted to let you know. Thank you, Jackson. Good evening.
Hey, thank y'all. I'm
You did
Sharon
good
Luckadoo.
enough. Yeah, you did very well.
I'm Sharon Luckadoo. I've been a resident in Rutherford County for my entire life, 45 years. Have loved this county up until probably the past month. I have a 2020 graduate of REACH, and I currently have a child that will be an upcoming junior if REACH gets to continue. And there's not much I can say about REACH that these students that have spoke say way more than what I could ever. If you've watched these brilliant, confident young children, that's our future. I mean, they're gems, and to take that away. So I'm not going to speak about that. We all know REACH is wonderful. We have a money issue, so let's talk about money. My children would have been pulled out of Rutherford County system after middle school. REACH was the only school that were for my children, not because the other schools are bad. My kids would not have thrived. Both of my kids have done so well at REACH. If REACH closes, my kids will not go back into a Rutherford County school. I'm already looking at online options, already working to get my certificate in case REACH closes. So you're losing students. A lot of other REACH parents that I have spoke to are going to be going to online also. You can't take these high school students and throw them back into a traditional school and expect them to continue to thrive. Also, as a resident, I've sit back and as one lady spoke, it feels like we're in the middle of a nasty divorce. The Board of Education, the county commissioners, and you have our children by the arms. And y'all are gonna have to come together. I think both sides have forgot what you're fighting over. You're fighting each other and not for the kids anymore. Is as a parent and as a resident, that's how I feel now. At this point, I don't know that I would want my children to raise a family in Rutherford County. I would hope that they would go to another county, that their elected officials work together, spend the money on children. And I hate that because I have loved Rutherford County, but I no longer want my children to raise their family here in this mess. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Savannah Parker. I am now a sophomore at REACH. I never heard of REACH in my life till I reached 8th grade. I was horrible in school. I had a 50 in math, and this year I had 112 in math. And then I have never met these people are so nice to me. I've never met someone as sweet as these people. For example, when I first went, my first day in school, she welcomed me to sit down at her table, even though I was so scared. I didn't know who these people were. I had no friends there. All my friends were left behind. And honestly, I'm glad. They were not good people. They were not going to lead me to where I needed to be. And now I have some of the closest people I've ever had in my life. And I wouldn't be able to stand up here today if it wasn't for a man named Dr. Poole from Isothermal. He has taught me how to come up here and talk to y'all, because if it wasn't for him, last time it was not, I got 3 words out, that was it. And I think it's amazing that even though all this is going on, I went upstairs and so many people were up there smiling at each other, just happy to see each other. And this is what it took for them to come together. A school, 3 schools being shut down. And that shouldn't be what it takes to have a community come together like this. When I first walked in, a group of these ladies over here, as soon as they saw me, I never had friends that lit up like that when they saw me. And that makes me so happy. And another thing, my birthday's next month, Sweet 16. And this is not the type of present I wanted to hear right here at it. That I'm going to be moving back to a school that is not going to help me go further in life, possibly. And I just don't want that in my life. Please keep these schools open. None of these kids deserve to be put back to places that they never want to be again, because so many kids had the worst life there. Thank you.
Thank you, Savannah. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Joshua Collins. I'm a student at Reach, and I know it's late and we all got a bedtime, but I must implore you to heed my words when I say Reach is the only school with the only people that I've ever cherished to come out of a public school system. I was in Florida hopping between different elementary schools, never cared for anybody in there. I came up to RS Middle, great institution, didn't make the friends I wanted. I thrived, but I never prospered. I never grew lifelong connections like I did at Reach. I've made friends that I would die for. I'm not even kidding. And to hear that Reach is gonna be shut down, it makes it sound like you're gonna burn down my second home. And I'd be willing to cut off any limb to keep this place open, as it is the only thing to come out of a public school system that I have truly ever cherished. And my brother here just got accepted, and I can guarantee he has similar sentiments, and he wants to say some words too.
All right. I apologize in advance for any of my stuttering that this conversation may induce. I'm just very nervous. Now, I am probably one of the youngest, if not the youngest person to speak on this topic today. And I am very honored to hold that spot. And as someone who is going to Reach, and it may be taken away from me, and I feel like as a person who has had less than optimal experiences with the middle school, I feel like the Reach program can be a very good program for me, because as a person with as a person with cerebral palsy and a person who doesn't really fit in with normal people, I feel like the Reach program could be an outlet for me to grow a better connection with the people there.
Reach, I feel, is our only hope for higher education, for a place of belonging, and to truly thrive. I love this institution, I love the people, I love the teacher, I love the staff, and I love everything that it stands for, and I'd be decimated if it ever got shut down.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Catherine Keeter. I'm a senior.
What was your name?
Catherine Keeter. I'm a senior at Reach, and can I just say thank you all for continuing to be here and listening to everybody speak. I know it's a long process and it takes a lot. And thank you, Mom. I know you're watching the live right now. She couldn't be here. I didn't really prepare anything because I told my mom, I was like, I don't see the point in standing in front of a bunch of people and like talking to them about what the impact this school made on me if they're not going to change their mind and they're not going to be open enough to listen. But I feel like hearing what everybody else had to say about it is very well, we're all out here. I've seen so many of my classmates and so many underclassmen that like, it's just a lot. Like, it's so amazing that they had the strength to come out in front of all of these people that most of them I don't know, honestly, besides obviously my schoolmates. But being able to come out here and just talk about the impact that Reach has made, I know that I probably wouldn't have done a very good job in math if it wasn't for my former teacher, Miss Short. She's not here tonight. I don't think I've ever been more excited to come to school and learn, because these teachers have just had that type of impact. And if you take away Reach, it's kind of taking away the structure of a different opportunity for people that might need to learn in a different setting. I know I was so scared to go to a traditional high school because, I don't know, I just didn't fit in very well, and it wasn't my group of people. But like, having Reach has been such a great opportunity to meet so many people, especially people from other schools or like people I wouldn't typically talk to. I just wanted to say thank you, and thank you to all of the amazing teachers and all the faculty. I don't know what I would have done without you, especially Coach. We see you. I just wanted to say thank you, and if them coming out here tonight doesn't show how big of an impact this school makes, then I don't know how else to show you that this is such an amazing opportunity for all of us. I just wanted to say thank you, and like, thank you to everybody that came out and talked. That was, it takes a lot. And Dr. Sutton, I think you're probably the only person that I've really seen out of a lot of these members. I just want to say thank you for coming to the school and interacting with people and actually getting to know the students, especially if my future's in your hands and I don't really know you very well. I feel like that's a little scary. I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Catherine.
Mr. Chairman, I do want to say that these kids are doing a tremendous job, and I mean, I don't understand what you say sometimes. So I think they're doing a good job, clear and being articulate. So,
Ms. Freeman.
Amanda Freeman again. Every school in Rutherford County is important. Every child is important. Homeschool, charter school, Christian school, Rutherford County school. Doesn't matter. Every child is important. There are 3 schools on the chopping block. Mount Vernon-Ruth, one of our valuable feeder schools. 5 years from now, will it be Sunshine? Will it be Pinnacle? Will we be looking at this again? Rock, which I have already said was close to my heart, an alternative school. Reach, just the kids speaking alone tonight is a testament of what they believe. I'm going to read a small little blurb from a Facebook post from Charles Battle, who was an absolutely wonderful preacher. But he said, just doing the math here, 7,500 plus students in Rutherford County, $6 million deficit, 57,000 tax-paying parcels of land, that comes out to about $103 per tax parcel. Now, I don't know Preacher Battle's math skills. I know his Jesus skills, and they're top-notch. But if the math is correct, Commissioner Benfield, I have seen you pay attention and have actually seen you applaud at some of the comments tonight. So hopefully, maybe you can take this back to your folks and say, hey, we've already raised the taxes, but let's take this portion of the tax increase and give it to the schools because they need it. And also, I know that I've heard Ms. Waters speak a couple of times about different possibilities of some change that we can make. One of those, and Dr. Sutton, I know you're a well-read man and you know your stuff. Off the top of your head, do you know how much the transportation budget has been this year, about what it ran?
We don't really do question and answer.
That's okay. But a 4-day week would knock 20% out of your transportation, plus some other things. I mean, that's a start. There's lots of different things. I don't know about the parcels of land that the school board owns, but if it's property that really is not going to get used, Maybe get rid of that before we close the schools, because I want for our schools to close because they're so small, we're busting at the seams, and we need to grow, not close them because we don't have another option. So, thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Hello, I'm Tanya Pratt. And please, before you go inside the vote on Reach and its closing, please talk to the president of the school. That would be so helpful. It really would. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pratt. Good evening.
Good evening. I stand here before you tonight not only as a concerned citizen of the community, but also as the mother of a REACH student. My daughter will be a rising junior this year if REACH is allowed to stay open, and she has thrived there. The students at REACH have worked hard to be where they are and have planned their futures around their current curriculum. To have that opportunity stripped from them so abruptly would be inexcusable. The students at REACH, The Rock, and Mount Vernon-Ruth Elementary are innocent victims in this regrettable situation. As leaders of the Rutherford County school system, I do not envy your positions and the challenges that you face. However, I do not even begin to understand or fathom how we ended up here with a $6 million plus shortfall. Proverbs 21:3 states, "To do what is right and just is more desirable to the Lord than sacrifice." I would simply ask that you do the right thing, the right and just thing for the students. Do not penalize or sacrifice the students by allowing them to be the casualty of a situation that they have no control over. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Christian West, and I did not expect to make it today because I just got off of work and ran down the street all the way here.
We stayed open late just for you, Christian.
Thank you so much. One of the only reasons I'm here today, everything I say from here is not just for Reach High School, but for every school that's in consideration of being closed. Reach, it is a second home, and I am a graduate. I just graduated this year. Hopefully I'm not one of the last people to shake Dr. Sutton's hand on stage, and yours. Sorry, y'all, I was not prepared. I did not think I was going to get to make it. So we're a school that succeeds with currently a 100% graduation rate. There is no doubt about that. We've had that for the past lot of years, right? Right? My sister went to Reach High School. I attended Reach High School, and I hope that my niece, who goes to Mount Vernon-Ruth, will get to attend as well, hopefully. And as you can see, there was a big turnout of people who showed up today to speak on this topic because, we have some of the best teachers. We have Angel Ledbetter, who teaches our social studies. She is an amazing teacher. We have teachers like Miss Ruth over here, who works nonstop, works multiple jobs to do better at, what she teaches. We have an amazing principal. He's been our principal for a very long time, and he's done a great job. This school isn't just part of my identity, but whenever I go out into public and people are like, "Oh, where did you go to school?" I want to be able to say, my school is thriving. The school that I attended is thriving. The school that I attended is in great hands, and we have a great school board. Because I know nobody up here on this panel wants any of our schools to close down. And unfortunately, a lot of people have left us with a very tight decision and, don't really have much options. But I hope that at least you guys consider to keep Reach High School, because It was my home and still is my home, and I plan on coming back and visiting as much as I can, as long as we get to keep the doors open. Thank you, guys. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you, Christian. Good evening.
Chair, Board. My name is Chuck Kaler. I'm a resident of Buncombe County, but I grew up in Cleveland County. And it's been hard, I think, for a lot of us the last handful of years. But boy, am I proud to be an American tonight, standing in this room of people who believe in education and the pathways that it provides. I work for an incredible organization. I have the opportunity to work with Superintendent Sutton, President Nunziato, Isothermal Community College, and this amazing school district. And we've been in almost every single county across the state, almost 58 of our community colleges. Back in 2018, when we started our community college tour, our very first visit was to Isothermal. Our very first group of students that we met with were REACH students. They had all these little robots going around. We were completely confused, didn't understand a thing. We've spent the last 6-7 years learning more about what our community colleges and our schools do for these students, many who need just a little bit extra that a school like REACH gives. I know how tough this is. Our organization knows how tough this is, and we don't come tonight with any answers, but we do come with an offer of a planning grant if this board, in partnership with the school district and the community colleges, feel like they would like to come together to talk a little bit more about what this could look like in the hopes of keeping a school like REACH open. So please know that our hearts are with you during this tough time, and we're here to help with resources if we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chuck. Good evening, Ms. Waters.
Okay. Before I start my 3 minutes, can I just state some procedural thing?
Procedural.
Because I've seen it happen at 2 meetings and I'm confused.
Okay.
Because, and I'm not saying it's wrong or right, I just don't know, but I've heard the audience ask questions last Monday night, and I know it had already started the session, and then they directed a question, and I know that right now is not the procedure. However, as Dr. Sutton loves to, I know you know the general statutes, but
yes.
I have to look it up. So 115C.72 is the one that was stated.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look on the NCDPI and they have a school closing document underneath the informational meetings, it states that, I have to put my glasses on, a local board of education will hold a public hearing, which we're doing, prior to closing the school. These hearings are to provide information, answer questions, and establish in the mind of those affected that their reactions and opinions are being evaluated. Closing schools is an easier process with public support. These meetings should involve but should not be restricted to 1, parents, 2, school-related groups, 3, Board of County Commissioners, and 4, other public officials and local government. So when people are asking questions, since it does say that we are to have answers, but procedurally, I don't know. But I wanted to throw that out there to you.
Sure.
Okay. Now, for my 3 minutes. So I was talking about school choice, and on Monday I talked about relationships in small schools. I think the REACH students have already proven the success of Rutherford County schools doing that. So I had talked about alternatives already. One thing I have, since I was at Sunshine School, we have been looking at this for many, many years because we did not want to close down. And one thing that kept coming up was magnet schools. Can we become a magnet school? What funding would that open up? What will that look like? When I retired 1 year ago, I know that Mrs. Davis, that was the very last day that we met, that was what they were aiming for. And the teachers came together with immediate ideas at our barbecue lunch after the school had a school closing. So that was one thing, but I know Sunshine has really looked at for magnet schools. I know it is not very popular about the 4-day week because I know we do worry about our marginalized students and the low socioeconomic students having a place to stay. I would counter, but we need to look at our nonprofits. I know that Blue Ridge Hope has an after-school program on Wednesday and Thursday for a safe place for middle school and high school students. What would it look like to reach out to them and explain that we are going to a 4-day week until we can have some very good solutions instead of closing schools? I know another question is about food, because we want our children to be fed. Communities and Schools is a nonprofit that we do not have in our county, but I know they work hard across the country to make sure that backpack programs are provided. I know during COVID, our county came together and we were able to provide food at central locations. When people say there are no more options, I disagree wholeheartedly, because I have looked at this for 10 years. And I know the questions are hard. And this next part, Dr. Sutton, I do not mean any disrespect. And I hope you know me well enough for hearing me over the years to know I mean no disrespect. But the optics that we are presenting to everyone are not good. And even though it may be perceptions, perceptions are reality. When I start asking questions, it seems like I get shut down sometimes if it sounds like, oh, she's for the commissioners, or oh, she's for the school board. I would say Reach students would hear me the most. Our county commissioners have promised $46 million for FEMA debris to be taken up. We have not received, if my information is correct, we have not received but $7 million. I would say you are great advocates. Get on the phone and find out, can we get our FEMA money, please? Because our schools are closing down. Because that's what I'm being told. Our money is tied up. And every time I ask questions, it's like I'm trying to demonize one side or the other, and I am not. I am looking for answers. I think it looks really bad when the news says what it does also about our budget.
Thank you, Ms. Waters. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Fountain, and I'm about to be a sophomore at Hopefully Reach. I'm praying that God's will be done in all of this, but obviously I want my school to stay open so I can graduate and go into my future as successful as I've hoped for. If Reach closes, I'm going to have to go back to being homeschooled with my little brother. And he told me the other week that his plans for his future are wanting to follow in my older brother's and I's footsteps and attending Reach. My friend also asked me to speak for her tonight. She said that her older sister is about to be a senior at Reach, and she is hopefully going to graduate from there. She stayed up till 3 a.m. doing homework every night so she could work for this and get to where she has worked for. They moved here so that she could attend this early college and not lose all of her hard work and continue in her plans for her future. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Please. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Alan Herrick. Chairman Morrow and board, you began this meeting by saying you 100% are in support, and I accept that. I believe that firmly. I know you guys are in between a rock and a hard place, okay? So I know your pain. I think you've heard, I was compelled to come here. I was live streaming at home. I came to support my kids. I'm a recent retiree of Rutherford County Schools and Reach High School. So I consider all those that have spoke tonight and many more to be my kids. So I came to speak on maybe their behalf, and maybe even more importantly, I'm a proud parent of a Reach graduate. You've heard some very articulate arguments that presented very factual information, from Dr. Annunziata to other individuals who have done so, as well as very passionate, emotional responses. All those are well spoken. I'm going to challenge you all tonight to come back together. And I know there are two commissioners here tonight, and I apologize. Mr. Benfield is here. I don't know who the other is. But to come back, take a pause, come back together, and see what other option there is. I know that's hard work, and I know you're on a timeline, okay? But I think it's worth the effort, even if you come to the same conclusion that maybe you walked into the room with tonight. I think it's worth it. I've been here 38 years. I come from a very rural county in eastern Kentucky. I see what's going on there. I think you have the opportunity to recreate Rutherford County. We went from a very hard textile industry, and we're now in a very progressive manner. I think you have a chance to be a part of that. And so if you can find a way to get the county commissioners and yourselves back together, I challenge you to do that tonight. I think it would be a shame if you don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. The public hearing for REACH is still open. Anyone else wanting to speak?
Does that include people that already spoke? No.
Correct. Yeah. If you've already spoken, then we hear you.
For anyone that hasn't spoken yet, I got a message from somebody watching from the live stream for a speech. If you want to speak on that, since I've already speak, you're more than welcome to read that out loud.
And I feel what the attorney should address is, are you not doing things that helps them understand the law or no?
I am, yes.
So you may want to check to see if the public is able to ask questions, because I called it NCPPI today, and they told me to read what I just read. So I'm just saying, I don't want anything bad happening anywhere to anyone. I want our jobs to be done.
Counsel? I know.
So the North Carolina General Statute requires a public hearing, which is being held right now, to allow the public to express their views, and that's where the sentence stops. I believe what the commenter was indicating was a DPI guidance document that expands what the law requires.
Thank you. The public hearing is still open. If anyone is wishing to speak regarding REACH. I'll ask once again, anyone wanting to speak at the REACH public hearing? All right, at this time, I will close the public hearing. Board, we've heard a lot tonight. We've heard a lot. And again, just for me personally, again, thank you. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for showing up for our students. Thank you for showing up for your kids and for our kids. It's not gone unnoticed. Again, I appreciate the passion that each of you have come with and the advocacy. I'm truly touched. Board, does anyone have anything to say before we move into the next item?
Yes, I'll say something.
Ms. Mays.
I've written something down. Before we begin tonight, I want to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude. Thank you to everyone who took the time to email, call, and reach out to share your thoughts and concerns. Please know that your voice has been heard. While we may have not been able to respond to each message personally, every comment was read and considered with care. I also want to sincerely thank Dr. Sutton and his team for many nights staying up late, just trying to provide the board with the information and context needed to make the difficult decision upon us tonight. Let me be clear. None of us on the board want to be in this position. These decisions are incredibly hard, and they are not what any of us was hoping for. Like some of you have said, we've been backed into a corner. The reality is that we are simply not receiving the funding needed to sustain some or all of the schools at this time. These decisions are not being made lightly. Every member of this board understands the impact of these choices that will have on students, staff, and families. We have weighed every option. There are painful discussions, and none of us take them for granted. Years of underfunding at both the state and local level have brought us to the point where we must now make significant and difficult cuts to close a growing financial gap. We are forced to evaluate every option through a financial lens, but we never forget that these decisions impact children, family, educators, and the entire community. Every student is more than a number. We understand that. And it is deeply unfair that we are in a position where we must make decisions that do not reflect the value of each individual. We see that, we feel that, and we carry that weight with us. Personally, I'm still trying to wrap my head around how some individuals do not seem to see the value of a strong and thriving public school system. To me, those two go hand in hand. If you want a strong and growing county that attracts businesses, supports families, and builds community, then you invest in a strong school system. And Rutherford County Schools have proven we are a strong school system. Businesses consistently rank access to quality public education as a top factor when choosing where to locate or expand. A strong school system helps build a skilled workforce, increase property value, and signals to companies that a community invests in its future. Companies want to move into areas where their employees' children will have access to excellent education. If we want to grow, recruit employers, and retain talent in this county, then we must treat education as a foundation and not an afterthought. If we want to see our county grow and thrive, investing in public education is not optional, but it is essential.
Anyone else?
I'd like to make some general comments as well, and I want to thank everybody who is here tonight and took the time out of your schedule to be here, and those that are also watching online. I think that these public hearings this past Monday and tonight have shown the community, elected officials, and state lawmakers who may be watching just how valuable public schools are to a county. We educate every child, from the confident and privileged to our most vulnerable. Unfortunately, when state funding is being diverted to opportunity scholarships and local funding is not enough to support all of our needs and programs, including those with unfunded mandates, then unpopular and consequential decisions have to be made. As board members, we have been charged to make the difficult decisions when it comes to paying salaries, paying our bills, utility, fuel, and all other expenses, and providing learning resources to all 7,200 students of our students. Right now, we do not have the option of pretending that a multi-million-dollar windfall will be coming our way in the next few months. As much as it hurts to close any school and displace students and staff members, I want all of our children and adults to know that they do matter and every single one of them is valued. As a board, I can tell you that we have been, this did not happen overnight. We have been unfunded to the level that we needed for many years. For those of you who have been involved in our budget work sessions, meetings with the commissioners, over the years, we have been, trying to come up with how to make ends meet. And a lot of you have been a part of that and witnessed it. And it's come from a lot of different areas. Legislated, unfunded pay raises that come from the state that aren't budgeted in our local and federal monies. Increasing fringe benefits that are increasing at exponential rates, higher insurance rates, higher fuel costs, increased costs for supplies, unfunded mandates for exceptional children because the state caps the funding at a 13% and Rutherford County has 18 to 19% of exceptional children. And so we have to come up with the additional $3 million plus every year. I don't know if I mentioned the energy costs, which have gone up, and there's just lots and lots of other factors. So we have been fighting for, just want you to know that we have been fighting for all of you over the years, and we will continue to fight for you. But as Ms. May said, we've been pushed up against the wall, and that's why we face these difficult decisions tonight. Thank you. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention one other thing that I wanted to comment on. Since this wasn't a give and take, I just looked at some of the questions that have come to us through meetings and through email message and things. And there's been questions, about, we've constructed new facilities, a new transportation and maintenance facility. Why is that money not being used to prevent schools from closing? So I just wanted to kind of comment on that. Rutherford County Schools receives 2 appropriations from the county government. One of the appropriations comes as a Fund 2, and it's for current local expenses. It is used to pay salaries, utilities, contracted services, and all other operational expenses. Then we also get a Fund 4, which is for capital outlay only. The funds for that fund are generated from a portion of the general local sales tax, a portion of the quarter penny tax initiative, and some proceeds from the North Carolina lottery. But those monies can only be used for the acquisition or construction of long-term assets, such as buildings and equipment for Rutherford County Schools. So those monies cannot be mixed. Capital outlay money cannot be used for operational costs, which includes salaries, which is the biggest part of what we have to fund in each of our 18 schools. We've also had a lot of questions about personnel, and through our Education Matters campaign, we've tried to get a lot of information out, and it may have been overwhelming, but we have talked about, yes, we have less students today. I believe it's 24% than we had in 2009, but we have eliminated 36% of our full-time positions since 2009. We also have heard people ask, why do we have so many people working at the central office? Can we close the central office? I can talk from experience. I've worked for and been associated with Rutherford County Schools for 36 years, and the central office staff we have right now is the leanest it's ever been in 36 years. As a former principal and assistant principal for 19 years, I would not have been able to successfully run my school without the support and daily interaction with the people in this building and the support personnel that also work for Rutherford County Schools, like maintenance and transportation personnel. We now have directors who are doing the jobs of those previously held by 2 or 3 people, and I know that because I was one of those directors about 5 years ago. One director oversees all federal programs budgets, as well as elementary education programming, and elementary programming was just my job at the time. Another director is overseeing high school curriculum programs, along with his original role, which was the director of career technical education. Our director of accountability services is in charge of all mandated and benchmark assessments, all multilingual learners, while also serving as the liaison with DSS and coordinating efforts and funding for our homeless students, which is significantly high for our student population. In addition to his role in overseeing marketing and community relations, another director also serves as the academically and intellectually gifted coordinator for the district, and that is for 15.4% of our student population, while also serving as the executive director of the Rutherford County Schools Education Foundation. And I can't even begin to explain all the roles that our chief technology officer has taken on. It's just way too many to list. Our finance office personnel cannot be reduced anymore if we are to maintain internal controls. I could go on, but I think I've been able to shine a light on the many roles our central office staff have taken on when asked, because they believe in the great work of our schools, that our schools and our employees are accomplishing. Basically, 2.6% of the entire local appropriation is used for central office personnel and our directors in transportation and maintenance. So that's only 2.6% of the local appropriation. And I think in other counties, you'll see that number to be a much, much higher percentage. Thank you.
Between 5 and 7 in other counties. Ms. Nanny, was you going to say something?
Oh, I was just going to say that I really appreciate everybody executing their right to come out and speak tonight. It really is a testament to how great Rutherford County Schools is and to what we have built here. So I really appreciate you guys coming out again and speaking. I wish we always had this crowd. I would love to see y'all back every meeting. I know it's tough, but I would love for y'all to come back out every meeting and keep voicing and your opinions, and we'll go from there.
Any other board members? Dr. Sutton, any words?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd appreciate the opportunity to make a couple of comments. And I think principally I'd like to amplify on some observations that Ms. Mays and Ms. King made. And perhaps it's helpful to some people who are here this evening. We didn't wake up one morning with a $6.1 million revenue shortfall. The financial crisis that we face right now is years in the making. And we've demonstrated through information shared with our Education Matters campaign how that deficit has accumulated year after year after year. But I think the point that I want to emphasize here is no one in this administration, no one on this board said a good place to start addressing a revenue shortfall is in closing schools. It is today and has always been the measure of last resort for everybody sitting here and everybody on the front row here and everybody who works so very hard in our schools. Ms. King hinted at this a little bit. In response to inadequate funding, this school system has cut 514 full-time jobs since 2009. Yes, to those who want to advise us that our enrollment has declined, we know that point isn't lost on us. But while we've seen a 24% decline in student enrollment, we've cut full-time employed staff by 36%. We've cut 1.5 times more school employees than we saw attrition in our student enrollment. That's not irresponsible. That is responsive. And I resent accusations about this board's leadership and mine to say that we've somehow neglected to attend to declining enrollment. But it doesn't stop there. As Ms. King said, we've cut positions not just in schools, but in every single segment of the school system. We've cut instructional services. Mr. Richardson, sitting on the front row here, he's our chief academic officer. I used to hold a job similar to the one that he has, and when I did the job, I had twice the staff that he does. We have half of the support at the central office for instructional services that we had 5 years ago. Don't leave now, it's just getting good. We've cut our transportation department, we've cut our maintenance department, we've cut our technology department, our human resources department, our finance department. We've cut some of these departments so thinly that to cut them anymore renders them unable to perform the work. Closing schools was never the first option. Our maintenance department is exceptional. We've cut energy consumption by 27% in this school system. And the reward for that, utility rate increases mean that we're paying 8% more while we're using 27% less. We have decommissioned 55 yellow school buses to make our routes as efficient as we possibly can, trying to balance the amount of time students spend on buses against the formula the state uses to determine how much gas money they want to give us. And the mileage hasn't decreased with a 55% reduction. So it's a fairly simple leap to get to. Our kids spend more time on buses than they ever have before because they're running the same roads, serving the same great communities, and there are 55 fewer buses to do it. We've outsourced our school nutrition program to an outstanding third-party provider, a food service management company that is working closely with us to improve operational efficiency and financial efficiency within our school nutrition program. I've hurt schools by eliminating leadership positions in those schools that principals and students and teachers and families depend on. Some of you probably are attached to elementary schools that used to have assistant principal support. No more. Harris Elementary School, Forest Hunt Elementary School, Spindale Elementary School, Rutherford Elementary School, Rutherford Opportunity Center. All those schools have lost school level leadership as we've tried in all possible ways to avoid this evening, the one that nobody wants to sit here for. It's not because we don't like to spend time with you. We love you. We've devoted our lives to you. We like time with you, but certainly not like this. We're faced with, in this moment, a bit of a philosophical and practical consideration. There are no more cuts to make while maintaining a network of 18 schools that don't ultimately serve to render those schools incapacitated. Sure, we can cut more teaching positions, we can cut more administrative positions, but at what cost? Our middle school classrooms right now have 30 to 35 students populating them. There's no law that says we can't jack that up to 45. We've cut instructional supplies by 50%. We could zero it out and say we won't provide any supplies at all. We could do both of those things and not even begin to touch a $6.1 million revenue shortfall. We can close the central office 12 times over and not approach a $6.1 million revenue shortfall. The question that we face is this: is it better for students and communities to have 18 schools that are inadequately resourced, inadequately staffed, and incapable of doing the work that our children deserve because they lack those resources? Or is it better to have a smaller number of schools that are appropriately staffed, well-resourced, and capable of delivering for our kids what we want for them, which is the best? Closing schools was never our first choice. Closing schools has always been our last choice. And I appreciate working with the Board of Education, who has been innovative and asked every question to avoid this outcome, who has persisted in attempts to advocate with commissioners and communities and others to sit down at a table and discuss these things sensibly to avoid this silly and unnecessary evening. I appreciate all of you for that, and I want you to know that. And thanks for the opportunity to get some things off my chest.
Thank you, Dr. Sutton.
Mr. Chairman, I know this is not going to sit well with people in this building, okay? But I think I can state this because it's on the Rutherford County Schools website about state money transfers. This is state money that's coming into this system and how it's being transferred. I won't go over all the codes, but it's kind of a dichotomy to me. On the left side is disadvantaged students. Classroom supplies, at-risk students, and low wealth students. On the transfer recipient is non-instructional support. Now, as a 31-year classroom teacher, when I see non-instructional support, that gets my ears up. I want to see what that is. Non-instructional support to pay salary and fringe benefit increases. additional responsibility stipends, and supplement pay for non-instructional support. I'm not talking about co-curricular like coaching supplements. So I am presenting tonight, or we are presenting tonight, with the scenario of closing schools while we are moving money from the very sources that should go to those schools. And I think that needs to be on the public record.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Any other comments from the board? Mr. Linder, anything?
I'm good.
Sure. Board, the next item on the agenda would be to vote on these schools, on these school closures. And I recommend that we take them one at a time. And I would just ask the audience, just for the courtesy of not, yelling or screaming or anything like that, just as civil as we can be at a time like this. First one would be REACH. What's the pleasure of the board? We can do that during discussion.
I make a motion to close REACH effectively July 31st at 11:59 p.m.
Second.
All right, a motion has been made and seconded to close REACH. Is there any discussion?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Ms. Mace. I'll go after you.
So I'm just talking strictly about REACH. Louder? Okay. Thank you all for your thoughts and comments and emails about REACH. It's clear that REACH offers unique and valuable opportunities to students that are, REACH offers unique and valuable opportunities to students that are difficult, if not possible, to replicate elsewhere. The closure of REACH would not result in a maximum cost savings needed for the district. When factoring in potential losses in state funding and potential student loss, the long-term financial risk could be in the millions. If we give up REACH facility, it is highly likely that ICC would reassign the space to another institution. Realistically, I believe our chances of regaining access to that facility in the future would be virtually zero. We've built a strong and collaborative relationship with ICC over the years, and I personally want to see that partnership preserved moving forward. With that in mind, if the decision is made to keep REACH open, I'm requesting Dr. Sutton and his team to work closely with Mr. McClooney and his staff to identify meaningful cost savings so that REACH can remain a part of the school system.
Mr. Chairman, could we have a restatement of the motion? I kind of.
So I made the motion to close REACH effectively.
Because there was a tentative motion earlier.
Okay, I didn't.
Should I go? Sure. Thank you. I want to say, Mr. McClooney and the staff at REACH, you guys must be so proud of your students and families for coming out today. I applaud all of you. Since everybody else had a chance to talk, I feel like, we need to say what's on our mind, what's on our heart. So I've prepared some statements as well. Rutherford County's Early College High School took 3 years and legislative action to open back in 2005. North Carolina has 134 early colleges as of last September, and every county bordering Rutherford County has at least one early college. The early college, as we heard tonight, provides a unique experience for students, and Rutherford County Schools, along with our partner, Isothermal Community College, have been doing it extremely well for 2 decades now. If we were to close REACH, our partner and ally, ICC, would lose over $1 million in funding this coming year, and we don't do that to our partners. Due to our forged partnership with ICC, we know that REACH is less expensive to operate per pupil expenditure in federal, state, and local funding. They only have 6 teachers serving 212 students currently. Much of that is due to the factors that North Carolina provides state funding to cooperative innovative high schools, as we heard tonight, to the tune of $274,000 or so per year, and the fact that we have a successful partnership and dual enrollment program with ICC. Additionally, REACH attracts students from charter, private, and home schools who probably would have chosen other options for high school if we did not offer an early college high school experience. I believe that it would be very short-sighted and a mistake to close REACH, since we would very likely see a substantial drop in our ADM. Closing REACH would also create a competitive edge that charter schools in the area would jump on. Instead, tonight, as Ms. Mays has said, I also recommend that we work to grow our enrollment at REACH in the coming years. Finally, I would like to reiterate that REACH does stand out among early colleges in the state with a proven record of serving our Rutherford County students very successfully. We've already heard about the graduation rate of 100% for 14 years, a North Carolina report card grade of an A for 9 years. They were recognized as a national blue ribbon school, which no other school in our county has been recognized with. They have been recognized as having the highest ACT scores in the county, and 85.5% of their juniors are considered college ready. They have a nationally recognized robotics team that serves all high school students in the district, and they provide in-person college learning on a college campus, which our other schools don't do. As one community member so eloquently stated in a message I received earlier this week, REACH has shown that early colleges work. They work academically, they work socially, and they work economically for the county. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. King. Any more discussion? Any more discussion? Our motion is on the table and seconded. All in favor of closing REACH, raise your right hand. All opposed, right hand. All right, board. At this time, we will move on to the Rutherford Opportunity Center. What's the pleasure of the board?
I move that we close the Rutherford Opportunity Center effective July 3rd, 31st at 11:59 p.m.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Lander. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Crawford.
I have seen children hurt and abused. I have traveled to Texas with papers to gain custody of 2 children that I love and I still love. My experience of having thumb-cocked a Smith & Wesson .38 and pointed it at an abuser's head while a 5-year-old girl urinated down my pants with the arm that I was holding her. That's an emotion that never relinquishes. In my county 3-minute speech to the county commissioners, I spoke of a society that will be judged on how it franchises the disenfranchised. And I had asked to pray in public. At the last meeting, I don't pray very well in public, but there's going to be a final judgment. The man, the big man, is going to come back in town. In my entire teaching career, I got evaluated I got files of them. When I first started teaching, I read them. After that, I didn't. Because the sole metric that I evaluated my cell phone was, if I made a mistake, did I make it on the side of the kid? And if my vote not to close the Rock or repurpose it somewhere else in another building is a mistake, I've made it on the side of the kid.
Any other discussion? Ms. King?
Is this at the time where we would have some, Mr. Richardson explain some other options that would be available if the Rock were to be closed? I know we heard a little bit on Monday night.
Mr. Richard?
We may have others in the room that have not heard this.
Thank you, Board. So, sorry about that. So the issue that we discussed last week was, or the last time we met, was that we were looking for options. I said as clearly as I could that there's really no way to replicate exactly what the Rock has done in the way that it is done without having the costs continue, or if we do so, there's going to be some degree of cost continuance. So plans that we tentatively looked at and received some feedback on regard a individualized plan that would be at each individual school, where they would absorb students who currently would be enrolled at the Rutherford Opportunity Center, and if students who may have otherwise potentially been referred to the Opportunity Center, if it no longer existed, would stay at that home school, but have additional services and support within that school. We have explored some opportunities, and we're continuing to ask questions in regard to what might be options for us as far as schools within the school that might be allowable from the state, that we want to continue to have those conversations for. The other option that was on the table was one of a magnet approach, where there might be some degree of a site for middle schools at one of the 3 middle schools that will feed others from the other 2 schools into it if need be for referrals, and then the same thing from the high school perspective. But again, the capacity to be able to support those while also maintaining some cost savings is going to have a level of challenge to it as well. So,
Thank you, Mr. Richardson.
yes.
Questions? Ms. McKinney?
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Ms. King, did that help?
Yes, that helps. I know I spoke about REACH, 6 teachers. Because of the partnership, 6 teachers are serving 212 students. We know that the Rutherford Opportunity Center does great things. It's much more expensive to operate, though, even though it's so effective at serving the most vulnerable students we have in the county. We have 14 teachers, 2 counselors, and 2 graduation coaches serving usually in the range 70 to 90 students per year. I remember something that Ms. Glover, I think she's here tonight, put out in a post that the Rutherford Opportunity Center is saving lives. And I know that we all believe that. We've seen it happen. And we know how hard the staff there works. We just, we're having to make some really difficult decisions tonight. And I hate that it's come to this.
Any other discussion?
I want to say something.
Ms. Mason?
Thank you to everyone who spoke tonight, who came out on Monday as well. It's clear from your heartfelt comments and emails that Rock is a special place where meaningful impact work is happening. We recognize and we appreciate the value that you bring to our students. The school serves a relatively small number of students at a high cost, estimating in the millions. Transitioning these students to other school settings would allow us to achieve significant cost savings. We understand and we respect the academic model that the Rock provides. I agree with Ms. King on Monday in saying that if the Rock is closed, I have full confidence in Dr. Sutton and his team to design a student-centered transition plan, one that provides continued academic and emotional support for both students and staff.
Any other discussion? I'll call the vote. All in favor of the closure of the Rutherford Opportunity Center, raise your right hand. All opposed? The next school on the list is Mount Vernon-Ruth, the final school. What's the pleasure of the board?
It hurts my heart, but I move for the closure of Mount Vernon-Ruth Elementary School effective July 31st, 2025 at 11:59 p.m.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I just want to say thank you to Mount Vernon-Ruth. I mean, my two daughters went there, and they got to walk the halls at graduation this last time, and it's something small, but to see them be able to walk back through the halls before they graduate was really meaningful. And we even had teachers that had already retired, and to come back and to love on my daughters and to love on those kids. It's like, oh, I remember you, and you did this, and you did this, and it was just so meaningful as a parent. So I really appreciate what y'all mean to the community.
Thank you, Ms. Nanny.
I think to be fair to our students, we also, and families, we need to talk about if we were to vote to close Mount Vernon-Ruth, what the plan would look like for those students and families.
Sure, absolutely.
Because one thing we had a big concern about, 2 years ago is when we started the process of looking at closing our smaller schools. And a lot of the reason we did that was for the equity of resources. Every year we would meet and talk, who would have a part-time guidance counselor, who would have a part-time PE teacher, how many classes would have to be combination classes in our smaller schools. Every year that was the discussion, and that poses challenges for the teachers, the students, the administrators. So this has been a discussion we've been having for several years. When we got our report back from ORED and Hill Consultants, they recommended 4 of our elementary schools, and then when we looked at the bus ride time for those students, we were saying, that's out of the question. We can't put our little ones on the bus for hours upon hours. As our own central office staff and transportation department looked at it more closely, they were able to come up with much more reasonable bus rider times. And that would be looking at a redistribution of students if we are to vote. So I would like to see if Mr. Bradley
Mr. Bradley, could you speak to that?
could be the one to speak to it.
Specifically, are you asking about bus routes or just in general?
Just in general, because some families, this week I've had people approach me saying, if it were to happen, where would their child go? Right. So can we sort of talk about that?
Mr. Bradley and Mr. Milton, for context for everybody, operated without some of the constraints that ORED brought into their modeling, and I think have produced a much better scenario for communities and families in our system by making some adjustments to a district boundary line that ORED did not touch. So I give full credit to Mr. Bradley and his team for that work, and I want to give him a chance to share that with the board and folks who are here tonight.
It was actually a scenario 3 that the board was presented with nearly a year or so ago that would have displaced Spindale Elementary students into Rutherford Elementary in order to make more room in Spindale for students that would be displaced by Mount Vernon-Ruth closure. That compounds the problem of displacing students and disrupting families and lives. So we began to look at, would it be a potentially better model for student placement to have a more viable, consistent boundary line if you were to divide it in a way that a smaller portion of Mount Vernon-Ruth would be assigned to Spindale, and then the rest of the Mount Vernon-Ruth district would be split part going to Sunshine and part going to Pinnacle. And so Mr. Melton began to look at some of those scenarios and looking at Highway 64, Hudlow Road, some of those main thoroughfares that would be, when you're talking about student transportation, that would be the backbone of a bus route in order to make it more efficient, transport the most students, and that sort of thing. So the boundary lines that were drafted is one that would send more students to Sunshine and Pinnacle and fewer to Spindale, and it would not displace any Spindale student going to Rutherford. And so we do have a draft model of that. Mr. Melton is currently out of town receiving professional certification and training for transportation, but has been in some conversations with some of his cohorts there, that is prepared, if the board were to move to close Mount Vernon-Ruth, is prepared to begin the process of making that a permanent boundary line that would be most efficient for transportation, make it as time sensitive as possible when you're looking at those sort of things.
Ms. King, I don't want to get ahead of your question, but I think we also have to acknowledge that there's been significant uncertainty with a lot of families and students across communities over the past couple of weeks. Tonight's decision brings finality to some, but really probably just worsens some of the confusion that people are feeling right now. And so I just wanted to share that we have been modeling out different hypothetical scenarios from decisions the board might make tonight over the course of a couple of weeks. And so the work has been underway. It's not just getting started. And so now we have clarity about which of those hypotheticals we need to further develop. If it's helpful to people who are here or watching online, it'd be my goal to get out a written timeline early in the coming week, especially to students and families and parents and school employees who are directly affected by tonight's decision, so that they can know what to expect, when to expect it, and who they can expect it to come from. So they have some reasonable expectations to know these are the milestones that we're aiming to be able to share definitive information about your child's school assignment, your position of employment in the school system, and so on. So we won't have all the answers on Monday, but I hope that early in the week we can provide a timeline so that people can count on to get good answers that have been well vetted and that are accurate and are not going to change over the course of the summer.
And speaking of that timeline, in conversations with Mr. Melton over the phone prior to the meeting and actually texting with him some during the meeting, he believes that with his consultants and cohorts and working through that, could have a pretty definitive boundary line set by end of week next week. And we would have a much clearer picture at that time of what students would fall into what boundary line at that point, Sunshine, Spindale, or Pinnacle.
And Dr. Sutton, just for clarification, should we vote to close Mount Vernon-Ruth and a child be sent to, let's say, a Mount Vernon-Ruth gets sent to Sunshine, but should they have family members in another area, or it would be better for them to go to a Pinnacle? Our transfer policy is still available to them.
Yes, sir. Should that be the board's final decision and the boundary redrawn as Mr. Bradley described, that does not undo the provisions of policy 4150 that still give parents an opportunity to request a discretionary reassignment. It's our position as a school district that we always try to say yes because we value what parents prefer. And really the only conditions where we say no are when the destination class size is maxed out under some cap and we simply cannot accommodate more students under maximum limits. Okay. Yes, that policy is unchanged by any decisions made or to be made this evening, and that still remains available to parents at all schools, K-12 in the system.
Thank you, Dr. Sutton.
I would also speak to bus transportation. The question has been asked if it would affect middle school or high school boundaries at this time, and it would not. The bus routes would continue for the middle schools, especially for the upcoming school year, would continue to run RS Central bus routes as they always have been set. East Rutherford as they've always been set. We know then that there would be some students that rely on school transportation that fall within that, what would be the new sunshine boundary, that may have some mixed households at that point, but we would put into place as many measures as we possibly could that make sense to accommodate those students that rely on our transportation.
I think we all acknowledge that decisions made and perhaps forthcoming turn a lot of worlds upside down, and I think that we just need to extend as much flexibility and courtesy and grace to the people who were affected by those changes as we possibly can.
I agree.
Mr. Bradley and I had some conversation last week. I'll ask you to perhaps speak to it. Already thinking ahead about the application of the athletic eligibility policy and how that might play out for middle school and high school students who are somehow now entangled in a boundary redefinition. We are going to guarantee that does not become a problem for folks.
Okay.
If we have redrawn a boundary that puts you on the wrong side of an eligibility issue, we're going to make that right with the hardship request process that we have in place. So we're years out from worrying about that, but let the minutes show we've thought it out, and our position now and in the future will be, if we jammed you up, we're going to get you out of that jam when the time comes.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
I also would like to say that for all those families that may be affected by what happens tonight, just a reminder that our schools are open all summer long, Monday through Thursday, except the week of July 4th. There's the holidays in there. But for those that are affected, I would encourage you to, contact the school, meet the principal, tour the school, get a feel for it. If you have children with special needs that will have IEPs or 504 plans, you can meet with the principal, share what kind of resources and plans are needed for your child. And I would just encourage you to do that as soon as possible so that plans can be made to accommodate the class sizes and the correct number of teachers that would be needed. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
I've got something, Philip. A lot of you guys know, a lot of people here, and I do want to thank everybody for coming out. I really do. It's been a long day. I'm 52. I probably haven't been this long without going to the bathroom in quite a while. So I appreciate everybody else that's sitting here like I am. I've owned a little business for a long time, and I'm a pretty analytical guy. I've had to be to support my family. My family went through Rutherford County Schools. I went through Rutherford County Schools. My brother's whole family. Analytically, closing Mount Vernon-Ruth, that side of my brain says that makes sense. We just heard about the bus routes. We divide it up. We make it make sense. Kids are going here, kids are going there. I got an overwhelming sense right now that that's the wrong thing to do. And I just want to be honest about it. So, I just want to be honest with my colleagues, to be honest with you guys. I just feel like that's, I would be doing a disservice if I didn't get that off my chest right now. So,
thank you, Mr. Linder. Appreciate that, Mr. Linder. Any other discussion? I'll call the vote. All in favor of closing Mount Vernon-Ruth, raise your right hand. All opposed? Motion passed. Board, any other business? At this time, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Meeting adjourned.